Sit around and stare at the clock. It's like when we were in school. Yeah. You ready? Oh, I'm looking at this one. We're good. Ready? If I could call to order the meeting of the Glendora City Council for March 28th, 2023, and welcome everybody here tonight. For the audience here tonight, we're utilizing a hybrid meeting format to allow for participation in both in person and virtually. If you're here in person, please silence your phones and refrain from speaking unless recognized. Let the records know that all council members are present and accounted for. And Bill, would you read our closed session item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the council, ladies and gentlemen, joining us either in person or virtually. City Council will meet tonight in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to continue its discussions regarding the possible acquisition of the so-called Dale Road property, whose common street address is 1762 Dale Road, and whose assessor parcel number is printed in the closed session agenda. The city council will be talking about price and terms of payment for this property. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, with that, I'll open public comment. And if you're in attendance, please fill out one of the speaker cards and give it to our clerk. If you're participating on Zoom, please use the raised hand icon if you would like to speak at public comment. There's nobody in the audience. Anybody on Zoom wishing to speak?
I don't have anybody on Zoom.
Okay, with that, I'll close public comment and we will recess into closed session.
Apparently, because
Our comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ending 2023.
Yes.
Okay. We have exciting stuff going on tonight after all you leave, so. Okay, we're 7 o'clock. We ready? Yep, okay. Okay, if I could reconvene the meeting at 7 PM. And ask our city manager to read us out of closed session.
I'll be happy to do that for him.
What'd I do?
It's all right.
City manager. Oh,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, ladies and gentlemen who are joining us in person or virtually. At approximately the 6 o'clock hour today, the city council met in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to enable the city and housing authority to consider negotiations to acquire the certain real property whose common street address is 1762 Dale Road and whose assessor parcel number is included in the closed session agenda listing. The parties have reached agreement in principle on the purchase of this property by the city, subject to the documentation of the same in an appropriate purchase and sale agreement, which will need to be reviewed by all parties and will be brought back to a future city council meeting for public consideration and action. All members of the council supported this action, except for Councilmember Alawas, who voted nay on the acquisition. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
okay, thanks, Bill. Microphones aren't working? Lights on. Hello, testing, 1, 2, 3. I'm most effective when nobody can hear me, so that's the way it works.
Didn't want him to miss anything.
Okay. Okay, with that, if I would ask that our invocation tonight will be led by Olivia Risk. And as soon as she's done, please join us in the pledge to be led by Cooper Raymond and Derek Boyer. Olivia?
Snap. Okay. Dear Lord, we thank you for your love and presence in our school and many learning spaces, and we ask that you continue to bless us so that we may exemplify peace and compassion to all. We ask you to also bless our city council, who have been called to lead the community in which we live, work, and play. We thank you for the many blessings that you have bestowed upon us and will continue to give us, especially now in this Lenten season. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Cooper and Derek? On it.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, guys. It's important. Olivia, great job. We put her on the spot. Somebody wasn't able to make it tonight. We asked her at the last minute. Good job. Okay, that next item, would anybody like to reorder or add anything to the agenda?
Mayor, I would like to ask if we could to place item 4 in front of item 3. So our students and parents can get back home and make sure that all of their work is done for Wednesday's school and they get a good night's rest.
Okay, any objection? Okay, so let's go on. We're going to do our student reports first, because I think it's good for the younger people to hear what the kids from the high school are doing on a regular basis, coming and giving us reports on the school. So let's start with our student report from Glendora High School. Lavana Chen, is Lavana here? Okay, how about Charter Oak High School, Viviana Salazar? Welcome, Viviana.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Glendora City Council. Thank you for another opportunity to share the amazing things that are happening at Charter Oak High School. On March 8th through the 11th, Charter Oaks Dance Program held their show If the World Just Dance at the H.K. Baird Theater. In addition, on March 16th, we held our 16th annual car show in the Quad. Students were given the opportunity to view cars and purchase freshly grilled hamburgers as a fundraiser for Charter Oaks Auto Club. In addition, on March 16th, Charter Oak also held their Career Expo, where students were given the opportunity to hear from a variety of guest speakers who discussed their own careers, ranging from healthcare to entrepreneurship. On March 22nd, COHS held their annual open house and showcase. Our school was given the opportunity to showcase our programs, sports, and clubs to incoming 8th graders in the NPR. Today, we began state testing at Charter Oak. Juniors will continue to test in math and science until April 19th. And lastly, tickets are currently on sale for the COHS theater production, Singing in the Rain. The show will be running for 5 days between April 20th through the 29th, and tickets can be bought at charteroakdrama.lotus.com. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Viviana. Up next, I've got from Whitcomb High School, Desiree Pimentel and Josh Mendel. Josh is here tonight. Welcome, Josh.
Thank you for having me. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. Thank you for allowing me to share the things that are going on at Whitcomb High School. 2 employees from the Workability Program in the district came to us last week and met with a select group of students. This is a state-funded program that provides comprehensive pre-employment skills training, employment placement, and follow-up to high school students. We are in the final quarter of the school year, and at this point, the seniors are making that last push to get everything done, including the credit recovery classes that need to be completed. Ladies' Night Out, which was sponsored by our PTA, had a very successful evening a few weeks ago. There were close to 120 ladies in attendance, all having a great time. The leadership class handled the serving of food, and by the end of the festivities, the PTA had netted over $4,000. Part of the money earned at this fundraiser will go towards senior scholarships, prom, graduation, and teacher grants. I'm sure Mr. Letourneau has already shared this with all of you, but it is worth reporting that 2 of our seniors graduated at the end of the 3rd quarter. We are proud of their accomplishments, and for the rest of us seniors, just 7 more weeks. The prom has finally arrived for us. It will be held this Friday at Glendora Country Club and should be a great time for all in attendance. Last Thursday was our last principal honor roll breakfast, and it was once again a great success. Congratulations to the 25 students that were recognized for their achievements. Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, thanks, Josh. Good job. St. Lucy's, Olivia. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and esteemed City Council members. I am delighted to give a report tonight on the month of March at St. Lucy's Priory High School. We began the month with Alumna Recognition Week from March 6th through the 10th. This week is a time-honored tradition filled with celebrating all regents, past, present, and future. A prayer service was held on Monday, and our community gathered to join in prayer, remembering all of the members of our sisterhood who have been called to heaven to be with our Lord forever. We also reflected on how what matters most is not how long, but how beautifully we live and share our gifts with others. Students heard from beloved alumna, Mrs. Maria Nelson, class of 1966, on Wednesday the 8th, also International Women's Day. She truly left a lasting imprint on the hearts of all of us as she shared her life's journey with us. Our ASB and class officers additionally put on a student favorite Penny Wars competition. Every grade competed to see who could collect the most pennies and raise the most money. This year, the sophomore class won and broke my senior class's 3-year-long winning speech. We had to give the underclassmen some motivation. We concluded the week with DJPJ Pizza Lunch. On Tuesday, March 14th, ASB elections were held in the gym. Students were elected for the 2023 to 2024 school year. The junior class retreat took place 2 years later at the Priory, and it was such a beautiful day, filled with prayer, reflection, and bonding among the class of 2024. The following day, St. Patrick's Day, was a Bishop's Free Day, granted to us by our beloved Bishop David O'Connell earlier this year. He truly will forever be in our hearts. This morning, the Benedictine leaders put on a Lenten reconciliation service. Priests from nearby parishes graciously came onto our campus and shared this beautiful day with us as we celebrated the sacrament of reconciliation. As we near the end of the school year, many seniors have received an abundance of acceptances to universities not only throughout the United States, but abroad. We have also received many scholarships, grants, and awards. I'm also blessed to share that St. Lucy's nominated me to be our school's recipient of the 2023 Archdiocesan High School Christian Service Award. My family and I, along with our principal, Ms. Ramirez, participated in the Mass celebrated by Archbishop Jose Gomez this morning at the Archdiocese of Los Angeles Cathedral of the Angels. Our spring sports of track and field, softball, and swim and dive are all currently underway. Our Regent athletes are practicing hard each and every day and competing very well in all of their various games, meets, and tournaments. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Olivia. One more check. Anybody from Glendora High School? Okay, well, thanks, Guy. Did a great job as always. We're only going to see you one more time, aren't we? Yes. Two? Oh, May? You're going to be, okay, good.
We graduate in June this year.
Oh, do you? Okay. Okay, well, with that, we will move on to our special item, which is the recognition of Glendora Youth Basketball All-Star teams for winning the San Gabriel Valley Southern California Municipal Federation Tournament, which is a very rare thing for us to do here in the city. And this year we have two champions. So I'm going to ask Rep Supervisor Romero Valderrama. Oh, John warned you ahead of time?
Yeah, no, you're good. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Like you said, we actually sent 3 teams to our San Gabriel Valley SMAF tournament. Our 7th, 8th grade boys, unfortunately, were eliminated in the first round, but fought hard against a very good team who ended up winning the championship. But we sent 3 teams, and to say we have 2 champions out of the 3. And before we bring them up, I do want to say I did have a meeting with the SMAF board members, and they just had nothing but praise about our kids, our coaches, and our parents, the way they handle themselves in the crowd and just the sportsmanship. And I think that's just a reflection on our community and the kids that we have here in the community. So I want to say thank you guys for representing the city of Glendora. With that, though, so we do have 2 champions. We have our 5th and 6th grade boys, which was our national division all-stars, actually led by head coach Will Vest, who is a staff member here, and assistant coach Alex Rayella, who is also a staff member here. Did a great job in teaching the kids, and kids really bought in, and it just really, the talent we have coming up in the city of Glendora is amazing, and I think they put it on display at the tournament. So if you guys would like to come up and take a picture, that'd be great. Come on up, the National All-Stars. You guys want to take a picture right there? You guys want to go on the back end?
Adam? Yes. Have a spot right in the middle. Yes.
Yep, one of the parents. All right, if we give it up one more time for the National All-Stars, great job.
Don't go away. Talk about your team and-
Oh,
Oh, yeah, we'll just wait for the next ones.
Yeah.
I was inviting Will to say a few words if you wanted.
Did you want to say a
and
few words?
I don't know if
or-
you might want to introduce the players.
Awesome. Yeah, I think the kids were gonna start chanting speech, speech, speech if I didn't. So yeah, I guess I made it here. Yeah, I'll just start by just introducing each of the players real quick. And when I introduce you guys can just stand up and give a little wave to the crowd. First, we have Landon. There we go. Also sitting right next to him, we have Zachary. Okay. We have Samuel. We have two Noahs, so I'll just have both of them stand up at the same time. Ethan. Trey. Wearing a very nice college shirt, by the way. We have Caden. And we also have Cooper. And we got Derek. Yeah, it was really fun for myself, and I'm sure I can say the same for Alex as well, to be able to coach these guys. I've worked here since about 2018, and almost every year I'm posted up in Goddard's gym helping to run youth basketball a little bit. So I had the opportunity of actually watching all of them on their individual teams play together, and then receiving the opportunity to help coach them was definitely an honor and a privilege. And it made my life easy because I knew exactly where I wanted to place them because I saw them play for 10 straight weeks. But yeah, it was definitely a great experience for us as coaches, and I know it was for the parents as well. I know the kids had a great time playing, but like you guys said, and hopefully they'll start to realize that as the year or so passes, that it's really a big accomplishment for us to represent our city and to win that championship, and for the girls to do the same as well. So thank you all for all your dedication and your effort, and to the council, thank you all for having us here tonight and recognizing us. So.
Well, I just have to ask, how many years have you coached the All-Star team here?
This is actually my first year coaching the All-Star team here.
Okay.
I've coached a lot. I've coached at the middle school and high school levels. And I'm actually a team manager at Cal State Fullerton for their men's basketball team. This is my first year coaching All-Star, so 1 for 1.
I only coached here for 35 years and never won a tournament, so. Important to find out. Okay, thanks, guys. Romero, you want to
Awesome.
invite up the girls?
Yes, and so the way our youth basketball program is set up, our Pacific Division actually has 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. So we actually had quite a few 6th graders on this team, and they were playing against 7th and 8th graders in the tournament. And for them to take first, I thought that was amazing. And that just shows that we might run these championships for the next 2 or 3 years. So I'm pretty excited about it. But again, they did a great job. They actually were able to go to the Federation tournament that was held this past weekend. We came in second, tough loss, but again, just shows, we appreciate the parents, the coaches, and the kids obviously participating and really buying in. I'd like to introduce our Pacific All-Stars led by GJ Stahl and Nick Herman. Come on up. Going up there.
They came prepared.
You want to just say the girl's name? We're gonna have GJ announce the girls' names so they could stand up and get recognized.
Absolutely. So girls on our team, we'll go ahead and start. Lily,
Stand on up. Remy. Hayden. Then we got Ava. Taylor. Madison. Mackenzie. And Sam over here. So, and just to say again, which has already been said with the boys team and what Romero got up here, it's been a great pleasure to be able to coach this girls team this year. All of them were amazing in practice, being able to willing to learn. The parents were great, all of us getting down there and had a fun time. And I think in the 2 short weeks, all these girls, not really having played together much, bonded very closely together, even though they were on separate teams. But I think they made a lot of close friendships and had a really good bond. And growing up here in Glendora, for me, basketball was a huge thing and a huge part of my life. And as Gary even mentioned when he was up there, he's been a coach. I'm one of the recipients. I was one of those that he coached growing up here in Glendora. So a big full circle for me to get back to the community and be able to jump in and be able to participate this and help continue the basketball tradition in Glendora. So this has been an amazing experience, and all these girls have been great and were great teammates and great sportsmen out on the court. So thanks to them.
Thanks, Coach.
That's it. Once again, I just want to thank everyone for being great on and off the court. Parents, I know schedules and baseball starting, softball, being able to work it out and get the kids there and work with your schedules. But we really appreciate it and look forward to next season. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, we'll pause for just a little bit for those of you that like to leave, that really don't want to hear about our financial situation. Okay, well, this time I will go ahead and open public comment. Invite members of the public to address the city council. You're limited to 3 minutes, speaking once, both on and off agenda items. If you're in attendance, please fill out one of our speaker cards and get it to our clerk. If you're participating on Zoom and you'd like to speak, please use the raised hand icon and you'll be called on as soon as everybody in person is done. So with that, I know we have just one speaker card tonight. I've got Jehan Fernando. Welcome, Jehan.
Thank you. Hello, distinguished city council members. I am Jehan Fernando, and I represent Glendora Together, a community organization facilitating discussion-centered events around important social issues. We recently held an event on March 4th discussing microaggressions in Glendora, where we had over 50 attendees, including multiple school board and city council members. Many of you were there. But for our next event, we really wanted to focus on issues specifically related to Glendora. Glendora is a community with significant race, class, and gender diversity. But with diversity often comes difference, and difference often breeds conflict, especially around issues within education, community spending, and city ideals. Not only is there conflict within Glendora around what our community values should be, but also within how those community values should be weighed against one another. So to create productive and meaningful conversation around these conflicting values within Glendora, Glendora Together will be hosting conversations around Glendora's conflicting values on April 23rd from 4 to 6 at the LaFetra Center. As distinct voices within our community, we hope to see you all at this event and invite any audience members to participate and contribute as well. Thank you so much.
Jehan, what time will the event be?
Oh, sorry. It will be from 4 to 6 p.m. at the LaFetra Center.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have any other public speaker cards. Is there anyone on Zoom wishing to speak?
If you're in Zoom and would like to participate in public comment, if you can please click on the raise hand icon. I don't have anybody. Yeah.
Okay,
Also, for the record, we did receive some public comments that I did make available to council. We have some here at the counter as well as they are available online as well.
okay, appreciate that. Okay, with that, I'll close public comment and I'll bring it back to council for member statements. Michael? First.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo what the coach said, that these kids reflected the values of our city. They were just amazing. It was wonderful to see all those folks, all those kids and the parents show up. And it really is surely is a reflection of us, a city and family. It's just amazing to see. It was warm to my heart. Secondly, is I'd like to have a shout out to Mr. Ron Letourneau, the principal over at Whitcomb. He hosted, as he mentioned earlier, hosted the last breakfast recognition for the students prior to his retirement. He's a wonderful individual. The students love him to death, and we all do as well. In fact, usually mostly all the city council members go to those breakfasts, and those kids are amazing. And he's just such a wealth of knowledge and help and love to all those kids that really need it over there. And they really flourish in that environment that he has created. So I want to, again, thank Mr. Ron Letourneau for all of his services for all of his years. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Michael. Mendel?
Mayor, thank you. And I want to talk about two things. One, I know that March is a very important month for all of us. Spring comes. But the most important part is it is a month where we can step back and celebrate the love that we all have for women that are in our lives. I know that from my mom, my mother-in-law, my own wife, my daughter, my daughter-in-law, they continue to shape me and mold me and temper me and laugh at me and affirm me. And they are amazing. And yet my entire life has been surrounded by those that I've been able to work with, I've been able to serve with great pride. Karen, you are a woman that is very strong and, you know, leads well. And we have a tremendous team here that lead us in a lot of ways. And I just wanted to take a moment and give a shout out to women that are in our lives that continue to lead us in arts, in school, in sciences, in our faith, in sports, in all kinds of different ways. And so I think that all of the men here would join us and say thank you. Thank you for putting up with us, but being there as a huge strength to, you know, each of us. And I hope that March has been a special month, and I hope that the men that are in your life have taken time to say thank you, because we just need to. So Karen, thank you for everything that you've done here. I also, Mayor, would like to ask that we close tonight in a prayerful thought for the 7 people that were killed. And I say yes, 7, because the shooter was left parents that are in deep grief. But more importantly, the adults that were killed, the kids that were killed, our hearts have been gripped. And I know that we share some of that grief. We hope it never occurs here. And I just want to hope that we can all pause and just remember them and render our prayers that their faith will enable them to just make it through this. So thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mendel. Karen?
Thank you. Thank you, Mendel, for your comments. And yes, tonight we saw tremendous volunteerism, the parents, the coaches who put their effort into our youth. And so we celebrate that and give thanks for that. But then, as Mr. Thompson said, we are mindful of those who are grieving the loss of loved ones tonight, that Nashville was yet another example of violence. So we are mindful and offer our prayers for them, but also it is important for us each to work as agents of peace and reconciliation to put an end to any and all forms of violence. And along those lines, attending the community conversation on April 23rd will be a way for us to have constructive conversation together and talk about how to live in unity amid our diversity. So that is a great opportunity for us to have conversation about those different values and to continue to work together for peace and healing and wholeness amid a fractured world. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Karen. David?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too would like to congratulate the young stewards of our community on their championship, the parents, the coaches, the community services group that facilitates those programs and allows them to shine. Truly remarkable. Also, we all are in the with the upcoming storm again coming in later tonight. We're probably tired of rain. Don't be tired of rain. We need it. But as our delegate to many water authorities in the region, I'm learning that while it appears, yes, we're out of the drought, no, we're really not. Because if you look at the greater picture from the ocean side in, yes, it's looking very favorable. From the inland side, the Colorado River view toward us, not yet that favorable. So we still need that to grow. So I encourage us all to continue with our observance, our conservation efforts, and let us save as much of the retention of water as we can for that not so rainy day. And lastly, if I may, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to, in addition to the terrible Nashville loss, I'd like to ask that we adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of a resident who passed away recently, Miss Sylvia Shorey Barton, a longtime resident and pillar of our community, the great historian. This week, we lost a great historical voice in our community, a lifetime resident. Sylvia Shorey Barton passed suddenly following a brief hospitalization due to an unexpected illness. Sylvia was a fifth-generation Glendoran, having lived her life here with short stays in Covina and Azusa, but primarily completely in Glendora. She was a direct descendant of one of the Glendora's founding families dating back to the 1870s in Glendora. And as such, grew up in town living and witnessing what so many of us know now as our founding history. This firsthand experience led her to become a steady and reliable source of information about all things Glendora, and as such, she became the go-to source for many inquiries about our great city. She was, as such, a key contributor and member of the city's Centennial Anniversary Programs Committee, working on those historical items. Sylvia was an accomplished pianist and taught music up to the most recent months. She also served as an adjudicator for music competitions, student accreditation trials, and international music festivals. In her spare time, she was very active and a long-standing member in the Daughters of the American Revolution, having served in many leadership positions at both the local Serrano chapter and California state levels. Sylvia also served as a county-appointed trustee on the Fairmount Pioneer Cemetery Foundation, overseeing our city's historical landmark that is the final resting place of both her ancestors from the region and many city founding families. She is survived by one daughter, Kathy Barton, and son-in-law, Mark Watkins of Yucaipa, and numerous nephews, nieces, and cousins, making up 8 generations of Glendorans. Services are pending. Sylvia will be greatly missed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, David. Adam?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Happy to announce, we let all of you know late last week, the city was awarded a Highway Safety Improvement Program grant that will help facilitate 1.9 million improvements. The grants for about 1.7 million. Help us improve, for example, arms to create safety, high visibility crosswalks. The 6 areas in town are Gladstone and Branca, Gladstone and Sunflower, Gladstone and Valley Center, Baseline and Grand, Route 66 and Barranca, Route 66 and Hunters Trail, Juanita and Sunflower, and Lone Hill and Canoma. So look forward to bringing back award of contract in those projects, something we talked about last meeting. And it's always great to be able to announce an additional $2 million infusion to our city for capital projects. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Adam. Bill?
So last Saturday, our firm celebrated its 20th anniversary. And for the first time in our history as a law firm, we have an equal number of male and female equity partners who are owners of the business. So we're pleased with the progress we're making there too. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Bill. Okay, with that, we'll move on to item number 5, which is an alleyway update, and invite Mark Archibald to go. No, I'm sorry.
Thanks, sir.
Mark.
There we go. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. I'm here this evening to present the alleyway update. In February 2021, ordinance 2061 pertaining to alleyway parking was defined by the City Council resolution. Excuse me. The ordinance primarily covers time restrictions for loading and unloading not to exceed 20 minutes, clearance 10 feet enough to not hinder the roadway, and overnight parking. Alleyways are subject to early morning parking restrictions. Over the past year, community preservation has investigated and closed approximately 1,600 cases. 30 involved alleyways, and almost all of them involved off-street parking. We distributed first a letter educating the community members on the GMC to the alleyways, then a flyer very similar to the letter, but with full color picture examples. Sure. There we go. Each of our 2 community preservation officers, also known as code enforcement officers, proactively patrol the alleyways approximately 2 hours a week, and they cover the alleyways, and they cover about 90% of the alleyways in a month's time. The goal is for staff to patrol every alleyway in the city twice a month. Community preservation's mission is to ensure compliance of the GMC from a public safety perspective. All cases are important, but below are examples of safety-oriented high priority cases and a lower priority case. Cases involving the safety of the community will always take the precedence. The top issues community preservation tackles include, and we put this in order as well, excuse me, the priority as well. Storage of bulky items, tents, and other personal property in city pathways, sidewalks, parks, and other city property. Number 2, vacant, dilapidated properties. Number 3, illegal storage of waste, garbage cans, and dumpsters. Number 4, the parking and or storage of RVs and trailers. Number 5, overgrown vegetation. Number 6, inoperable vehicles. And number 7, parking on unpaid services. The goal of community preservation is always compliance. If compliance is not met through verbal communication or correction notices, admin or administrative cites may be issued. These cites begin at $100 for each violation, and if left unaddressed, may end up as a misdemeanor being filed with the court that carries a maximum penalty of $1,000 and up to 1 year in county jail. Contacting community preservation is very easy. Staff may be reached directly via their office line at 626-914-8825 or email them at community_preservation@glendorapd.org. After hours, community members may call the police department's non-emergent line at 626-914-8297. You may also reach out through the Glendora website. Please go to cityofglendora.org, find and click on I want to, and then click on report a problem. This will bring up a new request in our internal ticketing system. Your request will be routed to the appropriate resources depending on the type and description of the problem you choose. This concludes my alleyway update. Thank you for your time this evening.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Anybody have any questions? Oh, well, David, go. Okay.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate the update. A couple of questions and recalling that this was a very long, painful 8-month process to get to the point of some ordinance and resolution. And I clearly visually see a difference and some improvements in some of the, I guess, higher priority concerns of the parking issues. I am curious and concerned about the not so compliant issues related to overgrown landscaping, dead landscaping, storage of personal property, or throw it over the fence, I don't have to look at it type approach that still exists in many of our alleyways, and wondering what we could hope for on that storage of those personal items outside of the personal property that appears to be in the public roadway.
Yes, sir. So again, we're able to touch about 90% of the alleyways with the 2 code enforcement officers that we do have. And we're hoping to ramp that up, push our priority a little more towards alleyways, even more so than just the flyers, just the letters, just the, twice a month. And we'd like to be able to touch on those alleyways a little bit more.
Is there any opportunity that our parking enforcement group that services the city can also at least identify some of these problems to help code enforcement?
Part of the challenge, council member, is that sometimes the alleyways are not clearly, I'm sorry. I can speak to part of that. Part of the challenge is that sometimes alleyways are not clearly identifiable, and it's difficult to tell where public property starts and private property ends. And that presents challenges in terms of the enforcement that you're looking at. What was the other part of your question? I want to make sure that I understand it or address it.
If an additional sets of eyes could be the contract parking enforcement group who's also patrolling these alleys.
So they do serve as a different set of eyes.
Excuse me, at least to identify. Obviously, I'm not expecting they're going to do citations, but they might at least identify the circumstances that need attention.
There's certainly a set of eyes for us. Their services are usually focused a little more around enforcement of the parking ordinances, specifically at night, along with locking up all of our various parks. And so their time is usually encumbered doing those particular things. With respect to adding another duty to them, that's something that we could probably explore, but I don't know that I can answer that question at this particular moment.
Understood. Thank you. I would just hope that we might raise some awareness and emphasis, since we did work so hard and the community was engaged for a long time to reach this point, that it would not be for naught. So,
yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you,
Michael?
Mayor. Thank you, Mark, for your report. Just a couple of questions. On the 30 out of the 1,600 violations that were written up, did those result in actual sustained fines?
No, in fact, they were, a lot of them were given notices, but no citations were, sorry.
But
no citations were given. No, sir. Zero citations.
So since the process of enforcement, have you seen any trends?
The trends have certainly gotten much better. The trends got a little better when we sent the letter out, and then 9 months later, we sent the full color flyer out. And we have seen a lot of improvement. Yes, sir.
Because on the social media, there's a lot of folks mocking us for not doing anything, but they still go out there and park.
Understand.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think it's important when you see that to encourage people to call it and notify. So, we get through alleyways once a month for the most part. It's not the top priority, obviously, but if people see something, say something. It's important for people to call in and report those issues. So never a bad time to remind someone, even on social media, to call in.
Okay, anything else? Oh,
Thank you, sir.
thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our first public hearing, a continuance of the public hearing to consider a resolution amending the master schedule of fees for fiscal year 2022-23 relating to outdoor dining. Alicia Sonigo to report.
Good evening, Mayor Boyer and Council. Tonight I will be presenting the revised outdoor dining fee as directed by City Council at the previous council meeting on March 14th. All right, so just to briefly recap some notable legislative history related to this item. On January 10th, staff introduced for a first reading an ordinance amending the Glendora Municipal Code relating to outdoor dining in the village. At that next meeting on January 24th, a second reading of the outdoor dining ordinance was adopted, amending existing standards and procedures. On March 14th, a public hearing was held to consider fees for sidewalk and parklet dining as recommended by staff. It was at this meeting, after public testimony and discussion, that City Council directed staff to go back and revise the proposed fee structure. In addition, staff was asked to provide updated documents associated with the permitting of outdoor dining under the new standards and requirements, which brings us here tonight. Again, just a real quick recap of what was previously proposed at the last council meeting. Staff had proposed two fees based on the category of outdoor dining being operated. This included an annual sidewalk dining fee of $100 and an annual parklet dining fee of $450. These were to be flat, comprehensive fees that would cover maintenance, staff time, miscellaneous materials, and costs associated with the use of the city's electrical boxes. However, after public testimony and discussion, staff was directed to instead bring back a single flat fee of $100, which is what we see on this slide. We're looking at a $100 annual fee for sidewalk and or parklet dining. So whether a business is operating outdoor dining by way of the public sidewalk, parklet, or both, they will pay a $100 fee with their annual application or renewal. Similar to what was proposed on March 14th, the fee will be comprehensive and include maintenance, staff time, materials, and use of electrical boxes. Should the revised fee be approved tonight, the resolution amending the master fee schedule will be adopted. Staff will then reach out to each individual business currently operating a parklet and or sidewalk dining to go over the application process, regulatory documents, and fees. Lastly, the approved fee will be formally added to the master fee schedule at the end of this fiscal year for fiscal year 24. I also wanted to note that the documents and forms related to the outdoor dining program were revised per council request and are included in your packets. This includes the outdoor dining application, the use agreement, as well as the Glendora Village Outdoor Dining Manual. At this time, staff, I'm a little behind here. At this time, staff recommends that the City Council adopt the resolution amending the master fee schedule to include outdoor dining. This does conclude my presentation, and I'm available should you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll go ahead and open public comment and request anybody wishing to speak, please fill out one of the speaker cards, present it to the clerk. You'll have 3 minutes to speak on this subject. Do we have any public comment cards?
I have received none, and on Zoom, all I have is staff, so I doubt they want to talk on this topic.
Okay, then we will close public comment. And I will bring it back to council for any additional discussion.
One question.
Go. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one question. Thank you for
Sure.
your report. Is it going to affect 30 days from today, or because it's our second reading?
Correct. So our plan is to for the end of this week, we plan on reaching out to these businesses individually via email to schedule a meeting with them, whether that's over the phone or at their actual location the following week. And then we are requesting at that time for them to submit an application. We are giving them about 30 days to do so.
So it goes
I would
until-
just add one point of clarification. The ordinance is already in effect. The
Correct.
fees become effective in 30 days.
Correct.
Okay.
I just want clarity. Thank you.
Mendel?
I am going to support this, but I want to express my dismay that I think this is nothing but a nuisance fee. It is not going to cover any way the cost of electric power, the cost of staff to implement this, the cost of staff to process the bill, the check and everything. It bothers me that the bid has been quiet on all of this. I know that a couple of them supported the proposal of staff, and yet collectively they were quiet. And frankly, that is a disappointment at the fact that they don't have the guts to stand up and help staff with what the taxpayers have, done. The taxpayers have spent $500,000 on the fact that we can eat outside and enjoy that and help our restaurants to really grow. And yet we spent more time a couple of weeks ago arguing about $350 than we have ever heard. Thank you for bailing us out. And that is a frustration. That is shameful to, in my view, the fact that the taxpayers did what they did, and I supported everything that we have done. I would like to ask staff, and I don't know if I can do this, but I'm going to do it, to make a point to bring this back up next March. If I can't do that, then I will personally bring it up. It's already been red marked in my calendar. I'm an old guy that carries a book. So believe me, it is red marked, because I want to see what this fee has meant. I want to see if the enforcement has been done. I'd like to see if the electric bills have been anywhere nearly covered by all of this. I supported what we've done, and I will support this. But I think that the parties that are a benefit to all of this should understand what our taxpayers and our city have actually done. And I would hope that the bid would pause, reflect on what they haven't done. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Mendel. Karen?
Thank you. Thank you for your report. And as Mendel said, this has been a long process, but I think that in a year we can look and evaluate and see how this is working and if we need to make changes or adjustments. But thank you. And
Okay, David.
Thank you, Alyssa, and to your fellow staff members. Great job on the application, the ordinance, and the manual. Kudos. Couple of questions and supporting your work. I appreciate the fact that you're starting right away to go out and try to implement this. So thank you for that. I guess I would ask what our plan is. We have some great stars out there that are in good order, and that'll be easy peasy. We have some that are going to be a challenge. I would hope that we don't approve an application or issue a permit to do this business if the current practice is not in compliance with the regulations. And if we have some course of action planned for that, I know that's a tough hurdle, but I hope we look at that. And yeah, and if we have to say no, then no. But we need to figure out how we're going to address that and not let business be as usual if we have a non-compliant partner. So hopefully look at that. But thank you for the great work. Good job. I know it's been a tough climb. Apologize for that, but thank you for the success. And I also support the review in a year of where we at on these fees and are they where they need to be? So thank you.
Okay, thanks, David. You know, this, as we've had this conversation, it reminds me I don't see a lot of faces in the audience that are old enough to remember Paul Harvey.
Oh, I do.
Mendel and I do.
The rest of this.
Yeah, but he had a saying that went, self-governance doesn't work without self-discipline. And this is a perfect example of that, and we will continue to watch and see how everything works. So if there's nothing else, I will go ahead and close the public hearing and request a motion.
I've already moved it.
You
Staff
have.
recommendation.
Do we have a second?
Wait for the big machine. I'll second it.
So if you guys can go ahead and vote, and I will ask for an oral roll call vote. Councilmember Ellis,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Freendall,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Thompson,
Yes.
Mayor Boyer,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, on to item number 7, second public hearing tonight. It's an ordinance of the city of Glendora adding chapter 2.05 to title 2 of the city of Glendora Municipal Code to include a sunshine provision to increase transparency and accountability in government operations. Kathleen Sessman to report.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Tonight, I'm here to present a proposed sunshine ordinance for council consideration and possible action. We'll be covering in this report a basic background, the 4 pillars of good governance which staff has used to develop the proposed ordinance, the purpose of the ordinance, the 7 main principal provisions, as well as the sunshine ordinance elements. What is the sunshine ordinance? A sunshine ordinance are basically laws that require certain proceedings of government agencies to be open and available to the public. This proposal or objective was provided by council during October of 2020 when council adopted their 2020-2023 strategic plan. There were 6 different objectives adopted or goals adopted at during that workshop. And one of those goals was to enhance modernize the organization. One of the objectives under that goal was to craft a sunshine ordinance and present it to council for consideration. As staff developed the proposed ordinance, it was with the idea of ensuring open government and that the best interests of the city, community, and residents as a whole were being addressed. Staff's approach to this objective utilizing best governance practices, as well as keeping the 4 main pillars of good governance in mind, which are accountability, transparency, fairness, and equity, and responsibility. The proposed ordinance has a defined purpose that is provided in on this slide, as well as in the staff report and the ordinance. And it basically defines that the proposed ordinance will provide us with an outline that will require the city to take some additional extra efforts to do public business in an open way, and it will codify the city's public policy concerns concerning participation in the deliberation of the city's legislative bodies. So what is the purpose of a sunshine ordinance? We've drafted the proposed ordinance to increase transparency and participation in democracy and our practices. It is meant or intended to supplement both the Brown Act and the California Public Records Act. And it should incorporate open government efforts and initiatives. So this will be the first step. As we move forward, there might be other initiatives that will come forward and add on to this ordinance. The main principles provided before you, there are 7. The 3 important ones that have the most changes incorporated are the conduct of business, time and place of meetings, agenda requirements, agenda and related materials and public records, as well as minutes. Under those 4 main principles, The city is committing to doing a 7-day publication of regular meeting agenda packets, both city council and board and commission level. All supporting documents relating to an agenda item must be included in the agenda packet. Any staff presentations associated with those items will also be incorporated in that agenda packet. The city will be posting agendas at 4 locations: the city's website, the city clerk's office, the Glendora Public Library kiosk, as well as the teen center. In addition, we'll be establishing uniform standards for the preparation of meeting minutes and establishing deadlines for posting of action agendas for each regular meeting to be within 72 hours of that meeting. At this point, I'm available to answer any questions about the proposed ordinance. And if it is the desire of the city council, I request that they motion and second to introduce the first reading of the proposed ordinance entitled an ordinance of the city council amending the Glendora Municipal Code by adding chapter 2.05, a sunshine ordinance, to title 2 of the City of Glendora Municipal Code to include a sunshine provision to increase transparency and accountability in government operations and establish local standards to ensure public access and public meetings.
Appreciate
I
it. Thank
know.
you, Kathleen. At this point, I will open public comment. Again, you have 3 minutes to speak. If you'd like to speak, please fill out one of the speaker cards. Do we have anyone in person wishing to speak?
I have received no public comment cards, and if anybody on Zoom would like to participate in this public hearing, if you can please click on the raised hand icon. I have done.
Okay, I'll close the public comment and bring it back to council for deliberation. Anybody? Yep. Mendel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I got everything that I needed to hear answered this morning, except 2 things. I'm assuming that this covers all of the boards, commissions, not just us.
Correct.
Okay.
All boards, commission, city council meetings, regular meetings at this
Regular
time.
meetings. And second, I'm concerned about your bandwidth. And is your office going to have sufficient resources to, 7 days in advance is a long time, and Adam and I talked about this morning, so I don't need to unpack that, but I just want to make sure that bandwidth has been talked about. And
It has, and we've been actually working towards this for
Okay.
probably the last
good, thank you.
6 months, a year.
Good, okay,
So-
thank you. Then I'm good. That's all.
Okay, Michael?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, thank you, Kathleen, for the report. I was one of the initiators of this quite some time ago when we had this discussion. And just to be clear, it's not that we're not doing this. We're just tightening up the schedule and the timing because we're already doing this as it is right now, correct?
No, these are additional rules that we're going to commit to following. So we've been in the process of trying to get agenda packets posted 7 days ahead of time. We've had a lot of success, but there have been some meetings where that has not happened. This ordinance will make that a requirement. So moving forward, once it goes into effect, items might get bumped unless they fall within a certain requirement that means they didn't need to be complied with the 7-day ahead. There's some flexibility when it comes to urgency ordinances or presentations or deadlines associated with outside agencies that we can't control.
But what I'm trying to say is for the most part, we were doing this. We're putting the minutes out there. We're putting the agenda out there.
We
just
are,
changing
but
the
there's now
timeline.
a tighter time frame.
Correct.
Right.
That's what I was trying to
Yeah.
get at. Not saying that we're not doing this.
No, we're doing it, we just haven't, these are tighter rules than what the state requires us to do.
Right. So it also reins us in too up here for us wanting to put something on the immediate next agenda
Correct.
as well.
Yes.
So Mendel, you're reined in.
I just asked for something.
Yeah.
I'm well within the
12 months.
7 days, right?
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Karen?
Yeah, and I would just call upon your previous Paul Harvey comment about good government and self-discipline, that any transparency and sunshine law starts right here. that, that business happens in the public eye. So I just, as a reminder to all of us that for transparency and sunshine, that's where it all starts and that's where it ends. So.
Okay. David?
Mr. Harvey also said, and the rest of the story. Congratulations. I know the staff has been working very diligently and striving to hit these marks, and giving yourself even tighter marks is commendable. We support you. So thank you for that effort.
Thank you.
Okay, and I just want to add, I know this is going to be, more work, and we appreciate it. It's important for the public to see and have this opportunity. So many times we hear people going, we're not getting the information in time. Well, we understand we're doing everything we can, but this just tightens it up a little bit. So no other comments. I will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back, and looking for a motion.
We actually have a motion that was made by Mayor Pro Tem Thompson, seconded by Councilmember Ellis. I will now conduct an oral roll call vote. Councilmember Ellis,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Freendall,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Thompson,
Yes.
Mayor Boyer.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Next up, we got the consent calendar. Items number 8 through 14. Items on the consent calendar will be enacted on a motion without individual discussion unless a council member has requested to pull an item or mention it. And I believe Mendel, you wanted to comment on item number 11.
11, yes, I support it. I just want to make sure that everyone knows that this is about $1,035,000 that we're looking to spend from hopefully from Measure A. And what is going to occur is there's going to be sunshades down there where people sit and cheer on their child in 6 areas. If you've ever been down there in June or August or September, you know that the bleachers that are very hard get very hot, and these shades are going to be a wonderful thing. And I concur that John has been working with the county on this, and I hope that you have some good news, or we'll have good news soon. But I think it's important that people know what it's going to cost and what it's going to go for and where it's coming from. So just wanted to state that. That's all.
Okay, thanks. With that, we have a motion by Michael and a second by Karen.
I will now conduct an oral roll call vote. Councilmember Ellis,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Freendall,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Thompson,
Yes.
Mayor Boyer.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Item number 15, update on the city council recruitment of the 2023 boards and commissions offices with terms expiring June 30, 2023. Lorena Cordova to report.
Thank you. So this evening I am bringing before you an update on the boards and commissions recruitment. So just an overview, I will be speaking on the annual recruitment that's update for the boards and commission with terms expiring on June 30th, the number of applicants received, and providing options for council for direction to staff. So again, this is for all the boards and commissions that are up for terms expiring in June. Business Improvement has 3, Community Services Commission has 3, as well as Planning Commission has 3 vacancies, and the Water Commission has 2. So if you could probably read this, but these are all the names of the applicants that we were received. On the boards and commission, we did receive 2 that were received before the deadline, 1 that was received after the deadline. Community Services Commission with the number right here. We did have 1 applicant who pulled their application yesterday for Shauna, so she will not be part of the recruitment, but we did receive 2 that were after the deadline. The others were before. The Planning Commission, we did receive all 5 right there before the deadline. The Water Commission, we received 2 before the deadline and 1 after the deadline. So these are the options that I'm bringing forward. Option 1 is accept once. Now it's 4 applications received after the applicant deadline, and if applicable, include them into the interview and appointment process. Option 2, if additional applications are desired, direct city clerk staff to extend application deadline for all vacancies to Thursday, April 6th. Option 3, direct staff to schedule interviews with new applicants only for the Tuesday, April 18th special meeting. The incumbents will not be interviewed because as they've already been before. Option 4, direct staff to schedule interviews for all applicants, including the incumbents, for the special meeting that's scheduled for Tuesday, April 18th, starting at 5 p.m. Or option 5, provide direction to staff. So with that, we would like to have the council's recommendations, review current applications and provide direction for staff on the next steps. And that concludes my report.
Okay, thanks, Lorena. I'll bring it back. David?
Yeah, thank you, Lorena. And I would like to thank the community members that are showing passion and interest to engage. This is encouraging and refreshing. So kudos to them and thank you for those that have served in the positions already and a couple have termed out. So thank you for their service. I support all this and I would actually recommend options 1 and 3. Just not penalize people interested in participating. And then I think the interview process in option 3 makes much more sense to me than trying to do everybody. So thank you.
Got a motion?
And I agree with
I-
Mr. Friedendahl.
I'd be happy to make that a motion.
I'll second that.
Any other discussion?
No, I agree.
Okay. We got a motion by David and a second by Michael.
All right, so I'll conduct an oral roll call vote. Councilmember Ellis,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes, and I'm assuming that you mean accept the 4 applications
Correct, yeah.
received. When you said
Yeah.
option 1.
Yeah, accept all the applications.
Yes, okay. I just wanted to clarify that because it's
Thank you.
not correct
Oh,
on the
yes.
screen.
Okay, there are 4. Yes. you're right.
Yes,
I-
so
you.
yes.
Councilmember Frindall,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Thompson,
Yes.
Mayor Boyer,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Next up, item 16, continued discussion regarding the current codes of policies and research on regulations and promotion of public art. Mark Carnahan to report.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Mark Carnahan, City Planner. Assisting me is Aaron Sines, or he's a planning technician who asked us, assist me tonight. He's done a tremendous amount of research for the report tonight. For some background, last year, the council requested a report on Glendora's policies and practices regarding public art, which was followed by a presentation by our Community Development Director, Jeff Kugel, on the early research into the topic a few months later. At this meeting, council directed a further review of existing codes and research policy ideas to regulate as well as promote art in the community. More recently, at the March City Council Strategic Planning Meeting, Goal 1, Objective 7 was put in place that states, develop and implement a comprehensive public art policy. Task 1 was to survey of surrounding city public art programs. 2, complete summary of Glendora's public art policies. And 3, based on council feedback, finalize recommendations for a comprehensive public art plan. So I guess we can say we're here. So public art, on the topic, includes visual art displayed on private property, public property, includes murals and statues and other artistic forms. Artistic representations may be located on buildings, exteriors, public plazas, or in the public right of way. Public art may be a part of a public project, a private development, or on a private property owner's creation. Public art often relates to expressions of community identity, culture, history, and ideas and expressions. It expresses creativity and talent and imagination. Public art creates points of interest in public spaces and adds meaning and expressions and qualities of a community. Public art is also supported by several organizations and is an important part in creating vibrant and creative local environments. All right, so in many cities, public art is synonymous with its location. For everybody who knows Chicago, they know the Bean, and in Philadelphia, they know the Love Statue. We're not as notorious, but Glendora does have art, and I I'm here to prove it. You know, we did our research. I'd love for people to tell us other art we missed, because I know there's more out there. And this would be part of our research in terms of documenting what we have out there as part of like a map and things for people to know. But here's some examples. Glendora has examples of public spaces. We have the city's heritage, natural hills, and pride of the foothills seems to be a common motto. But here's some examples. You know, we have the Finkbeiner Park. Go back. I skipped a slide, didn't I? Here, these are sort of the murals we have, you know, around town. They're the tile or painted art. I think we know where most of these are. They're on by the Route 66 or in the marketplace and in the village, and the one on the bottom right's on at that Grand Promenade shopping center. Next, we have the newest mural in town on Glendora. We have the Finkbeiner Park Eagle, the Rebel Castle Gateway. And everybody seems to always forget that the biggest one in town is the Torch of Knowledge, which is at Citrus College, which is in our city our city limits. Other examples that we kind of forget that kind of get buried in there. There's the Ram that's right next to the Donut Man on Route 66 in front of that office. There's the small eagle at the post office, and we have the two wibbly wobbly peacocks that are one's in the village and one's in the arboretum. They move. They move. That they do.
Can we get all peacocks to look like that?
Yeah. So art that's coming. We all know what we're all excited to see the newest creation with the goal line and the art that's going to come out there for everybody doesn't know. It'll be a great addition to the city. So moving on from there. More into the boring stuff, transitioning to policy. So one of the tasks was research our existing policies. So we have a couple. So I'm going to kind of summarize them so they're not too boring. So the city's general plan has two policies. One is in the land use element, and basically it says encourage the use of existing public and private facilities for publicly accessible activities such as art show events and craft shows. And then in the historic preservation element, it states memorialize significant people, places, and events in the history through plaques and public art. That's the only direction in the general plan. But staff has found several references of art and public art in the municipal code. Public art is mentioned in the Route 66 specific plan, the Arrow Highway specific plan, and the Civic Center area plan, which is basically the Glendora Village planning area. The reference support the inclusion of public art with new development. Both the Route 66 and their Arrow Highway specific plans include language, but their language is really, if you look at it, it just encourages. There's no bite to anything it says. The only thing within our codes that really has a bite that doesn't say we just encourage it is in the village. And the village code is written and it's specific. And I will have to note, I don't know if anybody's ever gone through the process. It really says, murals, and it only regulates murals. It doesn't regulate any other form of art at all in our code. So the only art is murals, and it basically says murals are permitted in designated sub-districts with a two-step approval process by the Historic Preservation Commission, which no longer exists, and the Planning Commission. Murals shall only be permitted on sidewalls of buildings, basically, and murals shall have limitations on 80% basic of length of a wall. And murals shall have a Glendora historical community theme and not include any signage. That's sort of the rule. So that's sort of that's what's in place. The other ones, again, I'll just kind of say are policies that are just encouraged. So in the Route 66 one, it really just encourages public art. I kind of underlined the section there. And it really just kind of underlines again in another section. It kind of says it encourages, instead of blank walls, doing murals or statues on the walls. And then Arrow Highway, in its character and enhanced livability section, it kind of mentions improving the area's aesthetic appeal, and it kind of mentions a bunch of things. It says public art. And then in the Arrow Highway mixed use section, it again kind of says add certain amenities within the amenity zone, which is basically kind of the front setback area along Arrow Highway, and it includes public art. And again, in the another amenity zone, it kind of again says do placemaking amenities such as all these kiosks and tables and street amenities and all these good things, and public arts mentioned. And that's it. That's our public art codes. You'll kind of see that these existing policies, codes, and procedures or murals provide limited guidelines or standards. The few codes adopted are inconsistent and not equally located or applied throughout the city. Murals within the city are the only technically codified area of the city. And again, that's just the village. And again, that's just murals. And again, that code only regulates murals. And the other odd thing is that's in our sign code. That's not even in the zoning code. And another odd thing with that one is, again, it involves a two-step process for a commission that no longer exists technically in our code. So other types of policies, I guess, is the next research we were asked to look at. And we kind of did a lot of surveying of other communities around. And I guess our research, we kind of are summarizing our research into the topic reveals that there's no universal way to regulate or promote public art. While some cities have nothing, others have dedicated substantial resources and produced very detailed art master plans. But I'll say very few cities have actually done the art master plans, and they're quite expensive and very robust. Most cities, if they do have art policies, adopt art policies that, again, are very simple and detailed. Some are more. Also, the reviewing bodies that approve art range all over the place. Some are staff, some are like design review boards or architectural commissions. Some are established art committees or art review boards. And so we kind of laid out, and it was best we could, a table that documents our local research efforts into that topic. And you can kind of see we can kind of create whatever we want on this. There's no established thing on that. So the other thing to always remember when we're looking at art itself, art is subjective, and the criteria for regulating it is not always possible. When art is on private property, there are constitutional rights, especially First Amendment rights and freedom of speech, that must be taken into consideration. Some limited content neutral regulations or guidelines may be considered, and it may include like location or placement or size or height and maybe lighting, but this should be done very sparingly, if at all, that from our research is showing. Now, art on public land or in the art or public right-of-way that's a part of an established public art requirement or that's supported with public funds can be subject to some regulatory standards that include content and can be done through like adopted standards or established artist agreements as part of that process. And again, those projects can be subject to a review body of some sort that gets determined. They can kind of say what they say about the project, what's go or no go. Again, that could be a staff or committee, a commission, or a council. We kind of try to summarize the legal arguments without having to go into any really much further into that one, just in the sort of table. We worked with the assistant city attorney to kind of just summarize that as best we could. And those are the kind of similarities of what I call the can and cannots for art. They're sort of summarized there in extremely small font. Moving on from there, I guess the question is, what could we do? What could our program be if we wanted to maybe consider it? So staff believes that a formal detailed art master plan is not necessary for Glendora, but we do believe that updates to the existing code and adoption of some form of an art policy would be a great benefit to the community. Here are our recommendations to consider. One is to repeal the municipal code section relating to murals in the village and replace it with a brand new section in the municipal code called a community art program, and move those standards from the zoning, from the sign section to the actual zoning section. And one is the inconsistencies, and that'll hopefully clear up all that, as well as it's going to put rules in place for everywhere in the city that's going to have public art, not just that one single zone. Two would be remove the planning commission's approval for private art installations and provide recommended guidelines limited to safety related and non-content based regulations. If we can't really point there is if we can't really regulate them, we shouldn't have that in our code says we can. Three would be better define the planning commission's role in the review and approval of public art installations associated with new projects that meet perhaps established art requirement thresholds. Because art proposals are infrequent in the city, and I think they'd even be even anything that was created, we don't feel it's necessary to create any sort of art committee or anything out there. That believe that planning commission can definitely take that delegation of review. They already do that for historical purposes, for instance. I don't see any reason why they couldn't do art, especially if we incorporate number 4, which would be the addition of art-based approval findings. If they know exactly what they're supposed to be looking at with findings, then they could definitely be able to review. 5 would be define commercial versus non-commercial art. 6, create criteria for what constitutes art. 7, create criteria for art selection. And 8, include draft agreements for artists and developers relating to the content, installation, duration and maintenance, and the removal of whatever art does come out of this program. So next would be the adopt a gender policy that artists from the region, especially if they have a connection with the city, if possible, would be encouraged to participate in an art program with the understanding that the city is not restricted to exclusive engagement with local artists. This local artist directory is done in a lot of cities that do art, and which basically they can be on a Rolodex for any projects that come around. The developer can already have that around and know what art they like and know we can kind of hopefully have already streamline the process, as well as you can kind of document it with maps to show the public where the art is and who did it and where it is, and they can kind of do an art walk of sorts or something in the town. Next slide would be an art requirement. So this would be the establish that public art shall be made a requirement in new construction projects. Which projects, however, that are applicable to the project would have to be determined. But it is almost always based when you do a requirement for public art in any of the communities, any of those tables we showed, if that requirement for the value of the art is based on building permit valuations. So if they say, hey, we want public art on a project, and the dollar value we would want associated with that would be a percentage, which I'll go further of the building permit value, for instance. So you'd know what the value should be that they're striving for. Otherwise, they'd be arguing on how much something costs or whatever other thing like that. As well as which projects should be applicable to it. I would say saying every single family home. I was saying tract homes, mixed use, commercial, over a certain square footage, projects that meet certain dollar thresholds for project. Those are all really important to know, and those will dictate where and what gets charged the fees and how much. And also, for instance, what doesn't is real clearly qualify. Like in most cases, we would say like accessory dwelling units or certain low income housing projects or nonprofit based projects like churches or institutions should not be subject to an art requirement. Next would be clearly state that the applicable projects can either provide public art, which is what would be encouraged, or if they don't want to actually put art on their project, they need to basically provide the dollar amount that's equal to that to the city in lieu, as a basic, and that art would be going into like an art fund. This action be either the approval of what this art's going to be on the site or the payment of an in lieu amount would be all done prior to a building permit issuance for a project. That's how they're all done. And again, the amount for the art value would be typically based on the building permit valuation, which you can see from that chart we provided. They vary from like a 2% or 1% or a 0.5%. And again, they may vary, the percent may vary different if it's a commercial, if it's a residential project, or the size of the project, or just it's a certain percentage across the board, over a certain threshold. These are all things that could be determined that we would want recommendations from you on. We did provide a table just to sort of give you, because we knew we might want to know some numbers. Working? Next slide. Okay. So, and that slide basically is kind of showing, I should go back. I'm sorry, was that order? Can you go back? So the question is then, if we had this money that people don't want to put art, where do you put it? And that would be basically a creation of an art fund. An art fund could support a variety of public art initiatives throughout the community. Some examples include purchasing or commissioning or an installation or even maintenance of public art, as well as community-based programs or educational programs or events or materials or plaques or training or all kinds of things. You wouldn't have to just think that it's always going to be paying for an art statue somewhere. It could be providing just community-related events and donations. But also the fund, if it was created, could be used as a place for people who want to do donations to the program, or if we got a grant, could also go as well. It doesn't always have to be supported by the in lieu fees for the people who don't want to provide their art. They mostly would be, but so then the question would come as what would the art amount of dollars be? And I would say that's a really hard estimate for us to come up with. But we did provide on the next slide, kind of an estimate of, say, if there was an art program in place 3 years ago, and we did the average 1% fee requirement for all commercial and all residential projects, which is a very broad category here. A lot of cities do thresholds, they break it up there, and they did over, I think ours was 100,000 valuation, which is sort of the average. Some cities are 200 or 300,000 or higher. At some limit, again, limit, hey, we only want residential projects of 4 units, and we only want projects of 250,000. But if we did just those 1% at 100,000, and let's say everybody decided not to do art, which is not what the part of the program we'd want to provide art, that would be the maximum that would be in the funds that could be used for a variety of things. Again, I've worked in the city for many years that had this. You never had any kind of things like these numbers come across. You'd usually only have 1 or 2 or 3 projects that would come across. And I mean, when I worked in this community I was in, our art fund was like between like 10 and 90,000 a year that usually got put in. And there was a little bit smaller community. So I don't know what would happen here, but it also depends again on what thresholds could get put in place. But if it was created, I mean, the next thing would be the dream is what would we want to come from this community and these things. So we kind of give you some ideas to think outside the box. Well, the main thing is we don't want to think statues. I mean, here are statues. These would all be great statues we'd love to have in the city, some things I guess to inspire you. But they don't always have to be statues. So like the next thing we're looking at would be art infrastructure. So we have lots of things coming in town with the flyovers there on by the Grand Avenue. Goal Line and Vision thought a mural would be good underneath that thing. And maybe it would be in the future. Or we're going to have a roundabout here soon. And, the artists originally thought that should be a big giant tree, but maybe it should be a placement for a nice sculpture or some sort of art. Some cities like there's an example right down on the bottom right is Riverside, and they have a couple underpasses of freeways that are intersections that have art under them, and they're lit at night and they look great. So we kind of played around, said, well, what if we did that in Glendora? So we had some fun with Photoshop, and we added like, well, if Sunflower had done, we could do like a sunflower art, I think the other one's like Lone Hill. You could do like a Lone Hill art or something, just to kind of give you ideas. Like it doesn't have to be a boring concrete wall. You can do art and lights and things that'd be really cool that'd be the first thing they see when they come into town or whatever. The other ideas, think outside the box would be maybe glass. I mean, you don't have to think, the stained glass you think from churches is the only type of glass. It's now done in freestanding form, or it's done is done in a building itself for art. So as a way to kind of incorporate a modern twist on that concept. The other one to be like bicycle racks. The bicycle racks are going to be far more of a common sight in this town with all the improvements and things we're going to be doing, and the requirements that are coming out with the green building code and some of our own local codes for bikes. You're going to see a lot more of them. They don't always have to be a boring rack, because especially when nobody's using them, they're quite boring. And if we can encourage a policy where we want creativity in the bike racks, so when nobody's using them, they're an art form unto themselves, that would be a great win for everybody to see. Other one would be utility box art. That seems to be I'm sorry, I forget metalwork. Metalwork would be, we all know what, metalwork would be gates or fences or all kinds of cool things that could come out of that. It's not just, and this could be, I was thinking of like a residential person. Let's say you did a big custom home that was, $2 million home under construction, and they were subject to an art requirement. And let's say they didn't want to pay the fee. It's like, well, they could do maybe a custom art entry gate or something like that. It doesn't have to be always in a public well, as long as it's visible from a public street, they have the right to provide that fee and not have to pay the fee. Another one would be the utility box art. That's the one that seems to be the trendy, I'd say the municipal art form, these forms. These are examples of all the cities around us. They all seem to be embracing the utility art thing. We have not had any, except for one example that I saw at the Glendora High School. They just installed that one right by their tennis courts, and I think it was pretty cool. We just get an example on Photoshop, having fun again. It was like, there's our village, and there's a nice public bench that looks at a really ugly utility box. And what if we made that a utility box, and you would say, oh, instead of looking at looking north at the utility box, you'd actually have public art. I don't know if we can see our Photoshop skills. Oh. We had fun one after.
We got the magic.
And then if not, there was a blank wall in the background there too, that wouldn't that benefit? Oh, that looked more exciting looking at that than the ugly utility box. It's utilitarian and boring. All right, so then the next one we kind of thought up would be little free libraries, and those are an example of an art form that's literary. You know, people always think artistic art, and arts are not just art in their statuary form or whatever. It's also in the book form, in the word form. And little free libraries are a great thing that's popping up everywhere. We have several, you know, on private properties in the city that people are using. I think there's one or two in the public library itself as well. They bring visual art as well as they bring the literary art to the community, and an art fund can maybe help support creating more of those, or they could work with where the art library could work donating books for them, or whatever we kind of think of as a fun program. The next thing we discovered was sidewalk poetry. Monrovia has a great program, and a couple other cities throughout the community do this as another form of literary arts, in which they do a great thing where the library does poetry contests, and the winners of those poetry contests get their spoken words that they wrote that won in a stamped form that gets put on public sidewalks throughout the years. And that's a permanent way to put that kind of a local community word in there. And the other one is a lot of cities, we do art banners. I worked for a city that did this before, and they basically could be certain age groups of kids could do a contest through the library, and then they could win a contest. Winners get their art put on those banners, and those banners usually can go up on certain times of the year on streetlights, and they can last for a couple of years, and then they usually get ripped up and they have to get replaced. Chalk walks, the city has had experience in the years doing chalk walks. We haven't had one since 2019, but hopefully they'll be back. And our art fund could be something that could maybe help support the materials or contest prizes or something like that for that. And the last thing we kind of thought that I didn't have a picture of would be rotating art, and that's the concept where local community buildings could be used as a form of kind of a gallery of sorts. And some cities like I work with, they would work with local schools, high schools, and the colleges, the Citrus College. They could supply artworks, and they could be done on a rotating basis and put them in the public areas. And that way, it's a way to allow City Hall staff or the senior center participants or the teen center a way to experience art. Maybe it's based on their demographics. But as well as it's a nice thing to see fun, active things changing on the walls, but also it gives the community a way to experience an achievement and something kind of have seen my work that made it somewhere, even if it's in a temporary form. So with that, that's sort of our understanding of what we have, where we could go, and what we maybe could envision. I guess remember that this topic is a receive and file report, and we're asking for direction on the future draft ordinance and policies relating to it, its programs and possibly standards and guidelines, requirements for new developments, which include possibly an in lieu payment option, and establishment of an art fund and an art directory. And with that, I'm available for any questions, and Aaron can back me up, I'm sure.
Okay, appreciate it. A lot of information to take in. Bring it back. Who's wants to go first? Karen?
I say yes to all of it. And I know some other places in town where there's art that wasn't in your slideshow that I could tell you later.
Please.
Yes. But no, I was just in Sacramento Friday and Saturday, and I just saw a few of the murals, but they are everywhere. And it made it so much more joyful as you're going down the street to see, all of this art and take it in. So I think that I agree with your suggestions about revamping the village outdated code, and also having an in lieu fee. I've been an advocate of that for a while. And if we could get some traction on that, that would be great. One thing that is another example, some communities in the crosswalks have art. There's one town that I think maybe it's Morro Bay or someplace where they have wine bottles as part of the crosswalk, that you follow those that are painted on the ground. So, I mean, there's lots of different ways that you could be creative and do things. So I think it's great. So yes, on this list that's on the screen right now, the only one I have a question about is that create criteria for what constitutes art. Probably every person in this room would have a different answer for that. And that's where I think we get into the muddy water. So other than trying to define art, I think that the rest of these suggestions are great. Mike Hillman, who is our Gold Line artist, is going to be doing a workshop on public art at the Art Academy right up the street. We don't have the date certain yet, but this is near and dear to his heart, obviously, because of what he does. But I think having some community conversations on public art, because right now, in case you've heard in the news, just a little bit of conversation about a particular statue and whether or not it's art. And so I think that it's good to expand our understanding.
Thanks, Karen. David?
Yeah, thank you, Mark and Aaron. Great work. Boy, I just had a high school semester of art. It was fabulous. I'm in agreement, and I think the standards and guidelines are all excellent. I agree with Karen that what constitutes art is going to be a tough challenge. And, to me, it's if you got to put a sheet over it so you don't have to explain to your grandkids what it is, that's probably a questionable item. But the art is always fun, and to see it, and I certainly welcome voluntary options. I struggle with adding another government entity or function to have to manage in the day-to-day business. I kind of struggle with the in lieu fees or mandatory commercial fees, but I would certainly encourage and welcome anybody's efforts to want to make the community better. Just at 5 o'clock this afternoon, I was walking down the sidewalk in Monrovia and stopped, and I said, wow, did they really imprint the no skateboards, no all this? No, it was poetry on the sidewalk. What a fabulous idea at a new driveway. So great examples of things that could really enlighten our community, make it look more fun. But I think making it mandatory, that's a tough one. And I'm not sure that we want to add burden to management to try to figure that out and add to their plate. But I also wonder, okay, who's going to maintain all these wonderful things? And as the utility box gets dated or banged up a bit, yeah, I'm already worried about where we store stuff. So what, don't want to walk around saying, oh, that one needs a touch up or things. So we need to look at that and ask that question before we just go paint something. Yeah, I don't paint well, but that's okay. Anyway, great work. Thank you for the education.
Okay, thanks, David. Michael?
Thank you, Mark. That was amazing presentation you did. I'm in general support of this, but I have some questions because there's an awful lot here to unpack. It's not something I don't think we can vote on. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this because there's an awful lot to put here. One of the comments you made about was the permit valuation based on the pricing. What do you mean by permit? Is the value of the entire building or the permit cost from the city?
No, when you get your building permit, the computerized system, which it's has formulas that are standardized formulas that all the cities use. And I forgot what's it from the.
Oh, it's from the International Code Council.
So, yeah.
Sorry.
This part is the detail part.
So the ICC, or the International Code Council, publishes annually estimates and valuation amounts based on square footage that cities adopt, and that kind of generates the building permit valuation. So for example, if it's 10,000 square foot Bed Bath and Beyond that's doing a ton of tenant improvements, over a certain threshold that we are yet to determine, would percent that amount towards public art, whether on site or as an in lieu contribution.
But in regard to your question, every building permit we do for construction, it does that valuation process for these formulas that say, hey, if you do any light switches, tin wide switches, and so many square foot of whatever material, laminate, whatever, and they put all that stuff in the system when they generate permits. So it's a true based on what the project is permit. And based on what that is, it kind of spits out what the valuation for the project is. And that's how we base our building permits, based on the valuation of the permit. And so this, most all the art programs we've seen all base their programs based on that same kind of factoring. Based on it, hey, if this is an expensive project and it's doing all these expensive billing things, well, then your fee's gonna be different. If it's a really simple one, then it's gonna be really small.
Basically, say if we had a Hobby Lobby that would come into town, they're gonna build a $10 million building, there's $100,000.
They would have a huge public art requirement.
At the 1% level.
Or 1 or 0.5% or whatever it gets established. Yeah.
So what's the nexus between your First Amendment rights and commercial properties? Is there or private property? Can any of this be really enforced?
Well, private property, you're probably limited to regulating time, place, and manner, size, location, setbacks, questions like that.
Sure, we can regulate that
Yeah,
on private property?
sure, sure.
Okay,
sure.
so then let's say you have a
It's
commercial
like
building.
you can't impose a setback when you build a house on a property. That's a time, place, and manner regulation.
So if you have a commercial building that's still owned by some private entities, can you still regulate that?
Sure. It's the Nolan Dolan standard, the 2 Supreme Court cases that talk about the city's ability to impose regulations that have a nexus to the project's impact in a community. 2 famous cases that we lawyers shorthand call the Nolan Dolan standard for proportionality and nexus.
So there seems to be general agreement to move forward in some fashion. How would you suggest, because again, there's an awful lot here of how to do this and for it to be fair, particularly with the fees and also ongoing maintenance. If you have art that's been there for a long time, how are you going to maintain that art in perpetuity?
Most of the examples that we looked into all have what you were talking about in some form or another. We just would have to kind of look to see the ones we think would fit Glendora and kind of propose something to you guys to kind of chew on and kind of see what would work. I mean, I think that we kind of gave the local example that I think is the simplest that might be a good for us, which is the Azusa example. It's a little bit older example than some of the newer ones, but it's simple compared to some of the other really robust ones that get really into the weeds. I think that would be more the lines along what we would probably be looking for. But even that simple one and other ones define what the community is thinking, what is art. They have a definition that we could kind of show you and say what we think it is. And they also include maintenance requirements and things that kind of those concerns we put in place with it. Like they usually have the draft agreements for maintenance and things are all in their artist agreements. Those are all kind of already put in place, their attachments to those policies.
So if we were to give you staff direction to come back to us with a draft standard, would that be something that would be appropriate and something you folks would?
Yeah, and any specifics you can provide would be helpful.
Okay, that's all the question I have for the moment. Thank you.
Okay, Mendel.
I'd say do it. I'm ready to do it. I echo the energy that Karen had. And I have said this when I introduced this back in May, and I want to say May of 22, because there's been a little bit of, I've gotten some chatter that why did I do this, but I love art. And as I said, I sold art after I got out of school for a year. The building in, Brea that we built that for 35 years ago for a couple million. And we spent $20,000 on a brass dove. That's a rounding error when you are spending a couple million to build a building. And we did a dove because we are a faith-based company. When we moved up here, we spent $10 million to buy the building, land, and everything. And you'll see in front of our office building, my former office building, a big fountain, and people love that fountain. That is art. And I just think that I've heard it from my own kids. I'll never move back to Glen Boring. See, some of the younger people get that. And we kind of are boring. I've gone to a great city of Tupelo. Does anybody know where Tupelo is? Mississippi. Does anybody know the meaning of Tupelo? Why it's important? It's the birthplace of Elvis Presley. And all of their bike racks are guitars. And it's a fabulous look. And I just think that it would be really well for us to have a policy, as you have outlined, not to restrict, but I would like to say guide. I think we have a lot of amazing people in town that could do this. The attachments that you have given on attachment A, there's 29 adjoining towns, and all but 3 have art funds and programs and stuff. On attachment B and C, you outline that more. I think it is important to have a art fund because of the 9 things that you have outlined there that you showed on the screen. It can help us do some amazing things. And sometimes we don't know what we don't know. And sometimes we're afraid of that pathway of art, but it's a fabulous thing. And it enlightens people and it tempers people and it does so much. So I'm in favor of the motion that we have here in front of us. I do agree that there's a lot to unpack. I'm not afraid of an art fund. Developers in the cities that you've named, those cities have not seen a stop in growth because a developer has to do art. I know that for a fact, because a 1% fee is a rounding error. That's a shameful thing to really say, but when you're buying or building a $2, $3, $4, $10 million office building or a plant, that it's not much. It really is not. So I want to applaud you, Mark, Aaron. Thank you for the wonderful job that you guys have done. I do agree. I mean, I think we need to take some steps here, but man, I'm in favor of this 100%. So thank you.
Thanks. I've got a couple of comments. I just be straightforward. I would never be able to support an in lieu of fee for residential housing. We've got 34 pieces of legislation that's going to increase the cost of housing being considered in Sacramento this year. I could reluctantly support an in lieu of fee for commercial development, but for me, I don't think it's the time to put any kind of an additional burden on home buyers and renters at this point. As far as where and how do we have the ability to draw the line between what's acceptable and what's not? And, they've always defined pornography as something that you know it when you see it, but you can't define it. In today's world, there's a lot of political statements that people will put into artwork. Is there, Bill, on the legal side of it, is there a way to address that? Or is that one of those things we just have to rely on the good people of Glendora to do the right thing?
I think we're gonna have to work with staff and see what's been done elsewhere and do some basic legal research. There is a fair amount of regulatory authority, but can I tell you where those boundaries are tonight? I cannot, but we would work with staff in developing a policy, bring it back to you, and we try to craft a policy that would be acceptable to the council and that still is consistent with law.
Okay.
And I think it's important to also know in the staff report itself, there's an attachment that weighs sort of the public versus private art and what you can and can't regulate. And if you have a clearinghouse body like the planning commission or something could be escalated to the city council, if there's an appeal process, you can get multiple bites at that apple, what you will approve or not approve. that's going to be a requirement of the project. You're going to have a developer much more eager to meet the needs and expectations of a planning commission and city council before they go through and do something.
Okay, I appreciate it. Well, with that, do you have enough information to move forward?
So if I can just be clear, Mark, just so we're on the same page here, you want us to come back with a potential or proposed ordinance or ordinance deal points for what a public art program looks like. We'll look at the commercial side for fees based on the list of cities that were provided. As it relates to residential, just for some clarification from staff, a multi-unit apartment complex is technically some commercial development in some ways. Do you want to look at a number of units that it would be applied to, or anything dealing with residential, no matter how many units or how big the size?
Or even mixed use. I mean,
We would encourage public art, but not make it a requirement. Is that what we're hearing? Just some.
Is there an ability when you're looking at mixed use property to separate the commercial from the residential?
that it'd be a challenge, probably. I'd say maybe not.
The place that comes to mind is the corner of Azusa Avenue and Alasta in Azusa, that new mixed-use building. They have public art in front. It's ironwork of an oak tree or something like that.
How you can incorporate it, definitely, but his question is, can you figure out the fees and separate the residential from the mixed use? That would be a challenge, because again, they're all based on building permit valuation, and they don't base that like, here's the residential fees and here's the commercial. It's all connected. I mean, if they did a freestanding separation of the uses, that could maybe be possible, like the Parker project, the Route 66 and Parker project that we've done. Like that clearly has a little small commercial building that was by itself, and then the residential portion that we could probably figure out on the system. But when they're integrated vertically and integrated, that would be really a challenge, probably wouldn't be possible.
Okay, that's the only thing that I'm going to struggle with, because again, no matter what it is, and I have this conversation all the time, it may not be a whole lot of money, but we're doing this too much.
But on the residential front, there's a lot of cities that separate it by tract. So like if it's a large tract of homes, if it's so many homes, then it does get triggered. Or if it's multiple family, but not single family, it might get triggered. So that's another variation you could have on that residential
Yeah, but
aspect.
it always gets passed down to the owner.
I think there's a difference. I mean, if you're building a $10 million estate, I mean, in all honesty, that's how a lot of cities are talking about this as opposed to affordable housing projects. So I think we have enough direction to come back with options for council consideration. You can pick and choose until your heart's content. Just so Mark and staff are clear, and also a big thank you to Aaron for doing all the research when we met. He had a ton of research, wasn't quite the entirety that's here. So a big thank you, Aaron, for doing all that and standing back there and doing the PowerPoint presentation. Do we hear direction that you want us to sort of what it would look like as they stipulated to pull out those other parts in the zoning and municipal code and sort of have one comprehensive code?
Yes.
Is that what we're hearing, correct?
Yeah.
Is planning commission an okay place to review the public art? Mark, any other big deal points that we need?
Do you want me to do any kind of number crunching with regards to percentages?
Yes.
Are we okay with the 1%?
No.
Do we need to work with lower percentages, higher percentages? Do we base it on different uses?
And thresholds
Thresholds, okay, so like a couple different threshold kind of things.
and the percentage.
We'll have a matrix of
I'll do 1%.
thresholds and sizes and amounts and.
I mean, would it be possible in mixed use projects to have a different type of fee that if a product.
And I think it's important to note, we don't want people to actually pay the fee. The point of having it would be incorporate that cost into the project.
Understood.
But let us look at that. I think.
Yeah, if you want an example of maybe like say, hey, if it's a mixed use project, maybe it's only at 25% or something, and it's
like a quarter of a point instead of a
something,
1%.
or or if it's a majority commercial, we can figure something out. We'll come up.
We
with
could even
some
do
ideas to look
valuation
at.
based on square footage of residential versus commercial, and that becomes then the
Point here is
fraction
to
of.
get enough direction to come back to you.
And make it cheaper if they do the art versus if they give us the money.
Believe it or not, that is actually in some of the cities. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Time mark do you need to do this?
A few months. No.
So Christmas
Uh,
present then.
No, this might not be as hard to put together as this one was. We can piece together. If we start with Azusa's example and use that together as a template, we could probably come back with you with something in a couple, maybe 3 months. If you guys can wait that long. We have a couple of big projects working on.
Okay. We have a motion by Mendel and a second by David. If everyone would please vote.
I will conduct an oral roll call vote. Councilmember Ellis,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Freedom,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Thompson.
Yes.
Mayor Boyer,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, item number 17 is the Antique Streetlights Assessment District Establishment and Project Update. On this item, because I have property that is within 500 feet of the district, I need to recuse myself and turn everything over to Mendel.
Thank you, Mayor. And with that, I believe that the presenter is our esteemed city manager.
Wow. We'll see if we
Adam
can live up to that this
Raymond.
evening.
So
All the
it's
staff members just laughed.
8:59, so if you can have your report done by 9:02, we would appreciate that. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, I won't go through it at all if there's a. All right, yes, sir. I thought you were gonna say something, Councilman, no? Okay, good evening, everyone. We will try to make this as quick as possible. In your packet this evening is a lot of information, streetlights, just, I don't think it needs to be said, and I'll skip through some of this. Our two antique streetlight systems were installed in 1911 and 1914. We currently have about 115 left if we round up. The system was shut down in 2004 due to safety concerns. Previous antique streetlights were removed along Foothill and along Glendora Avenue, most recently with the Village Project when replacement lights were added in. These streetlights that we're talking about are not. Well, they're turning it on back there for me too. A lighting and landscape assessment district. Quick legislative history. The city's first landscape and lighting assessment district was adopted in 1976. In November of 96, Prop 218 was approved by the voters of California, which changed the requirements and how we can go about approving these districts and what the annual increases look like in the process. In 2004, 2007, and 2008, various attempts to either change the assessment or reestablish the district were undertaken by the city. While none were successful, the antique streetlights still remain a topic of conversation. In January of 2020, there was renewed interest by the city council on reestablishing the district and looking at ways to replace or retrofit the antique streetlights. In late 2021, we received notification that through Senator Portantino, we had received a $1.5 million allocation as part of the state's budgetary process. And through looking for ways to re-energize those systems, the city council created an ad hoc committee that was appointed and went through a process of understanding everything the city's done previously, as well as options moving forward. And in January of this year, they presented their findings to the city council. Just a really quick recap, the ad hoc panel met on 6 different occasions. They heard the overview of the entirety of the project. They met with the city's vendors. They met with the city's consultants on options for the streetlight system, up into including looking at the bids and what an outreach process looks like in terms of education for the community. They attended events. They met with people. They walked door to door to see if there was interest. Again, here's an example of a public outreach. They're frequently asked questions. These are informational only, talks about historical information as well as factual information and engineers' estimates and reports. And again, all of the information that was shared with the group is also on the city's website in complete transparency. Before you are the ad hoc committee's insights. These were developed by the ad hoc committee themselves and shared with the city council. They felt, the ad hoc committee, that there was overwhelming positivity and passion in relation to the antique streetlight project to re-energize or replace them for the establishment of a district. This came from them based on a percentage of the population that would pay this stipend. They believe that it would increase safety and security. They said, based on their initial feedback through their listening efforts, an assessment in the range of $100 to $200 a year would be acceptable. They would like the city council and city to prioritize refurbishment over new. They encourage the city council to continue to move forward with the assessment district, including looking at alternatives and, if necessary, phasing and or additional grant funding. They also wanted the city to potentially rebid the project to see if a lower cost could be achieved. So based on the ad hoc committee recommendations and staff input, the city council provided staff additional direction in January. And to summarize here, it was to develop build or no build options for the city council to consider, to investigate potential phasing of the project based on availability of funding. Also to go back to the bidders and previous the companies that pulled bids to determine if there was project-based availability. Sorry, my screen's getting, is that Kathleen? Thank you, Kathleen. I got stuff happening over here on the screen. And then also to find ways or come back with options to establish a potential annual assessment under the $200 per year to start, and then also to continue moving forward with the process and meeting with consultants. And that's why we're here this evening. So now I lost the ability to go through. All right. Can I go? Okay. So staff went through, and part of the staff's project analysis, we went through and performed sort of a comprehensive look at the project and said, if we had to do this differently, how would we do it based on the direction from both the ad hoc committee and the city council, and as well as feedback from our own internal staff and consultants. So really what we face currently is the market conditions have resulted in substantial cost increases, materials and supplies. I don't think I need to tell all of you the headlines related to inflation and staff shortages and all the money that's out there for projects. Timing of the antique streetlight project happened to coincide with a very large Caltrans proposal for fiber installation throughout the state. Many of the vendors and contractors are subs on alternative projects. It's really difficult not only to find staff, but also to provide some of the materials and tools necessary to do the job. Heaven forbid a tool breaks. We've had some vendors tell us we have a 3 to 6 month waiting period to replace some of their equipment that's already been damaged. It's just part of the normal course of scope of business. After receiving some of that feedback, the city regrouped with both its engineering team, which is JMD, and city staff. And through looking at the bid and proposals and talking with our consultants and vendors, we really believe the bid proposal issued by the city would have benefited from a greater level of clarity relating to the refurbishment and or replacement of lights. Specifically, in meeting with some of the subcontractors that do the light refurbishment, we currently have about 113 lights. Well, we had 113 and now we have 112. One got hit by a car. The variable condition of each street light is unique based on a number of things, from damage to animals and pets that visit it, to a cracked light and rain that come in, to the type of material that it's made out of, to how long it's been there, to everything. And it was very expensive for a vendor to issue a bid without knowing detailed specifications on every one of those poles. Based on an analysis, what staff went out, or a JMD went out and analyzed those poles, about a third of them may not be salvageable. And when we talk about salvageable, I think it's important to note that we're not talking about they couldn't be retrofitted, but they may not be able to be retrofitted in a way that the city needs as a light that can last for a long time, like new condition. It just could be the metal's too thin, or it has some significant structural damage. So it may look great in a front yard, but it would be difficult for the city to maintain that light, especially repair that light. The cost would be prohibitive in which to do so. So replacing the streetlights with new poles or historic looking light fixtures. I think if we look at the village, we can see examples of light fixtures that have been replaced that look antique. And so providing that would have had a much higher level of clarity and certainty for a bidder to provide a cost. The new streetlight poles could be made out of a composite material, would replicate the appearance of the city streetlights. You can actually detail them from the base to the size of the pole to the diameter of a globe and or acorn shape, including the color of the poles, powder coat, you name it. So as a result of speaking with the consultants, we actually engaged with the streetlight manufacturer. We believe there's an option to move forward where actually the city buys the lights and gets a better price than if it was buying them directly from a contractor and paying sort of a markup cost. Staff also met with our one responsive bidder we've had so far on the project, PTM General Engineering Services. And we went through the bid proposal line item by line item to ensure that what was included in the bid was understood by someone who responded. Plus, it was an opportunity for us to have an open conversation on how the project could be not reduced in scope, but could be done for less money. And here are some overall takeaways based on that conversation. Several areas where we can create savings if we extend the time in which the project could be done, say up to 6 months, would allow them to have less staff on the site, do things more periodic nature, use the project to backfill sort of staffing needs on their end, would allow us then a cheaper overall cost instead of having a 6-person crew out, having a 4-person crew out. One of the things we could look at is when we originally bid the project in the right of way and then looked at an alternative in the street, the city used more of a standard approach for trenching in the street is generally a lot larger. There is an approach, one of which we didn't use, which is actually sort of a grinding wheel that goes down curb adjacent, that goes down kind of far. And it allows you to do like a 3 or 4 inch cut in a street instead of your standard 18-inch cut. That could be adjacent to concrete. So it could be either encased in concrete and or slurry and then top filled with some of the street, which doesn't really affect the quality of the street, but also avoids some of the inherent issues that we face in the right of way with replacing some of the parkway on some of these projects. Abandon much of, and also the ability to abandon much of the infrastructure in place, meaning the smaller pads that are there now are left, capped with concrete, and the new pads are poured. And to give you an idea of what some of these costs look like, we compared several different cost estimates that have occurred throughout this project. We try to do it in a standard fashion, so it's much easier to follow. When the city had 65% design drawings, we thought the all-in project total, including contingency, would be about 2.7 million, which created a budget shortfall of about $1 million. With a 100% design contract, we thought the overall project cost would come down to about 2.3 million. With bid alternatives that the ad hoc committee wanted us to look at, which included trenching in the street, more of a traditional trenching in the street, and in refurbishment over new lights, the cost would have been, we thought, more expensive. It says unknown there because we didn't know the refurbishment costs. When the city received its initial bid back, as you recall from the timeline, we had one bid opening where 0 people responded. Staff went back a month later, reached out to a lot of people. While we had 12 people that pulled permit plans, we had 1 submitter. The varied costs based on the options provided were significantly more expensive than anything the city had estimated, and quite frankly was sort of a sign of the times when cities have faced with a number of projects, including those that have come before the city council for approval. We've had increases in costs of concrete and asphalt of over 400%. But that raised the budget shortfall of the project up to 2.5 to 2.9 million. So when we went back to the vendor and started coming up with options, and I think it's important to note that when we looked at a revised bid with estimated actuals, we think we can reduce the overall cost to a budget shortfall of about 1.37 million, but that includes a contingency amount. So in a perfect world, if we don't eat into that contingency, our estimated shortfall is about 1.2 million. This includes staff removing some of the poles in the right of way. It also includes staff taking over some of the project management and taking a much more active role in this projects. And I think it's important to note that these projections on what a revised project would look like include new, not refurbished antique streetlight poles. So what does that mean in terms of overall dollars? So here is a revised engineer's estimate look at what annual costs could be. And I think it's important to note that in year one, we think the total estimated assessment rate per equivalent benefit unit, which would be charged to the average homeowner, could go down to $132 because the project would be underway in year one. Staff would still have to, if the city council moves forward, there has to be a vote and we still have to approve a contract. We think there's still some wiggle room in the contract and budget amounts we provided, but it's really hard to come back to you with a contract in hand if the city council is not going to consider it. So, you know, you're getting estimates with a contractor. The reason it's less in year one is obviously we'd have about 6-8 months of construction. We would have less energy costs. We wouldn't have as many maintenance costs. Really what you're paying for here is if the city provided a loan to the assessment, the district at about $600,000 or half the shortfall at 0% interest, and the city picked up an additional $600,000 in costs, we think the maximum assessment rate could be about $132 the first year. The second year with the full freight of all the cost and maintenance responsibilities and putting away money for future replacement, because it's important to note this isn't an Edison run project. The city would be taking on another operation here. And so we'd have to recover the costs so we can replace poles if they're damaged or equipment fails. It's not just the poles themselves, it's all the other infrastructure required. That amount could come up to about $196 in year two. As of drafting this agenda item, staff is still looking at some of the revised energy costs. It's possible that those costs could come down $10, $15 a year from where they're at here, but at this point, we're unsure. So a tentative timeline. So based on this evening, the city council could provide staff direction to come back on April 11th, which is the drop dead date for what we call a notice of intent agenda item, where the city council adopts several resolutions, which starts the process for a vote and creation of an assessment district. Wildan would then prepare printing of ballots, and property owners would receive those notifications in late April, which is 45 days before the public hearing. In May, Wildan, who's our assessment engineer consultant, would provide our final documents needed for the public hearing, including the final engineer's report, which is the assessment total, including all the final resolutions. And on June 13th, also when we are likely going to do a budget hearing, we would have this public hearing and actually count the ballots as they received. We would know in real time if an assessment district passed or failed. And if it passed, then there would be some subsequent resolutions the city council would need to adopt. Then there's some action items here for staff that we'd have to work with LA County to ensure that the proper documentation was filed with LA County, so there could be assessment on the properties. So part of the direction to staff was provide two main options or options for the city council moving forward. And really at this juncture, there are two items. We either move forward with a vote or we don't. If we move forward with a vote, we would request that the city council direct staff to return to the city council on April 11th with a notice of intent agenda item for the establishment of an antique streetlight assessment district. We would need here this evening direction from council. Would you like to allocate additional funding for the capital project of $600 out of city funds? Would you like us to conduct additional public information efforts and education? This is not a advocation one way or the other. It's an updating of the information that's on the city's website, estimated amounts, draft engineers reports, updating some of the frequently asked questions. And then we would like city council to consider that if you move forward with a vote and if the assessment district fails, is there direction to staff to remove the lights and figure out a way to dispose of the lights through the appropriate process. If the city council does not move forward with the project, in complete transparency, with rising costs and the historical challenges of gaining community support to repair and replace the antique streetlights, any project moving forward may require even more significant capital contributions than anything that we've talked about this evening. And as all of you know very well, and for the public to know, many projects complete for the city's discretionary dollars on capital improvement, including parks, city facilities, street repairs. And as all of you heard, this facility that we're sitting in this evening as well. City council direction would be needed if we don't move forward to determine if there's even a revised project with select streets only receiving new or refurbished lights, for example, Glendora Avenue. And if there would be a process, we'd need to determine for the removal and disposition of the current antique streetlights as well. So apologies for the long process. I know this has been 19 years in the making again, before we're here this evening. So with that, Mayor Pro Tem, we look forward to answering any questions that we can, and any direction you can provide would be helpful. Thank you very much.
Adam, thank you to you and staff. I know it's there's been a lot of hands that have been a part of this update. And so thank you. So remind council of the options that Adam has just outlined. And with that, we'll start. David, do you want to start us off and give your thoughts?
Thank you, Mendel. It's always neat to see lights. I'd love to see lights, but in reality, I have a couple of concerns. I'm very sensitive to the assessment fee that could come to the district. Being, you know, we read reports, and I looked at my own bill just today. It could be 100% to 200% greater than what others are paying in the city, and I respect that. But in lieu of that, I'd also like to see if they have an appetite to get them turned on, they being the residents of the district. So I comfortably could support the city's putting in up to a cap of 600,000 to support the effort to keep the project going, if the residents of the district vote to approve to have such a district and want to do this. If they don't, I respect that, and I would immediately move to, let's remove them and be done with it. I don't see dragging it out or going any further makes sense. So I'm willing to partner, but the folks have to say they want to be a partner and they want it also. Sir.
If I can, and you actually raised a point that's come up a few times, and just hopefully provide some clarity out there. So the city does have an established lighting and landscape district. The average assessment this year is about $45. And trying to put that in context is there are about 2,700 Edison owned lights that are part of that lighting and assessment district. Those lights, though, include street lights and safety lights at intersections, both in residential communities and non-residential communities as well. There are 11,000 equivalent benefit units that pay into that fee. The total estimated costs are about 700,000 annually, as you all know. However, the city picks up about 40% of those total costs, which is why the average is so much less. And because so many of those lights are not adjacent to a business or a home, but are actually safety and intersections. So you have about 5 equivalent benefit units for every light in that way, 4 to 5. And with the antique streetlight system, it's closer to 2 or 3 to 1. And while there is a public benefit component, it is much less because it's in a residential neighborhood. So it's, while it's fruit, apples, and it's apples and oranges. And so the comparisons are much different. This is a much different antique streetlight system, but I think it's a valid point, and one that's come up. It's, you know, if the city didn't pay such a large public benefit for traffic signals and traffic safety lights, and it wasn't, you know, it was, and there were less lights, then the assessment would be less. So this is a like for like replacement. So that's a great point, and thanks for allowing me to provide some of that insight.
Thank you for that insight.
David, thank you. Michael?
Thank you, Mendel. Can this be considered public art?
Sure. Yeah.
Hey, after almost 6 years of trying to push for this, I'm reaching here. So Adam and Moises, thank you so much for all the hard work you guys have been doing. I know that you've been trying to make this work, crunching the numbers, talking to the vendors, getting creative. This is not easy with inflation and everything where it's at right now. It's only going to get worse. Past councils had some of the same issues, and the public failed to vote for a lighting district. Where I'm at right now with where David is, I'm willing to go to the $600,000 cap. But the residents have to step up and have a lighting district. And if they don't want to do this, we're done. We auction these things off, or we dispose of them, we take them out, and we end the conversation once and for all. This cannot continue the way it is. I know that all of us have given the good old college try, and we're at a make or break situation right now. It's either fish or cut bait, and it's going to be up to the residents to see what they want to do with this. Yes, it's a little bit of money, but there's a lot of benefits in my mind to make this go forward. So I know that you want to say some things. I'm sure Mendel and we'll wait for a motion.
Thank you, Michael. Karen?
Yeah, I want to say an amen to putting an end to this, because I've lived through the other votes. And unfortunately, this continues to be a political hot potato that gets brought up every so many years. And so I think any way that we could put a period at this, it would be beneficial to future councils. There's so many things in the community that need our resources that it makes it hard for me to say to spend that kind of money. But if spending $600,000 would get the job done, then that's great. But if the residents vote to not have the lighting district, then I agree with my colleagues. Let's put an end to this and move forward, and not continuing to have this come up every election, because it just continues to take away from staff time, city time, and resources to continue to have this conversation.
Thank you, Karen. 2 or 3 things, Adam. What is the vote going to cost us? Just a guesstimate.
So
And I should have asked you that.
the
this
total
morning.
process. So I think it's important to maybe take a little step back from that. So the city will spend about let's call it $100,000 through the voting process. And that's the engineered plans that we had drawn, because one of the things we didn't know was engineer plans. So we've spent the money for the engineer plans, and the consultant who drafts the engineer's report and sends it everything out, it's about $35,000. So let's round up. The city will spend about $100,000 just to get to a vote.
Okay. All right. As you know, I don't think that it's a policy that's good to make a loan without some income. Just call me a banker, because I guess that comes from 40 some years of doing that. What would a 1%, I mean, I know what a point of 600,000 is, but what would that do to their annual cost? If to spread $6,000 out,
the goal,
what the goal is to keep it under 2.
It would go over $200,000. I mean, $200,000. It would go over $200 a year in the years. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but probably $15, $25 a year.
All right. Okay. I want to support this, but I just don't think that from a policy standpoint, it's good to make a interest-free loan.
Yeah. I think, and to your point, Mayor Pro Tem, I mean,
concur with what you said.
I think this is staff coming back, sort of the old college try, analogy. The city council asked what it would take, and what it would take is a 0 interest loan to the community over a 30-year period, $600,000 additional dollars, which we hope to whittle down through other negotiation costs and really the establishment of a district. And that's honestly what it would take.
Yeah. Okay. Last thing. So if they should vote it down, does that mean that there will never be lights there until they would vote a district in and agree for SCE to come in and put?
Yeah. So this is actually a great question. So in 2020, we had a neighborhood around Louis Pompey Park raise the question about adding the tall Edison poles. And in 2020, the cost, and you pay full freight. So the city actually has an application process to apply for a light to move into the lighting and landscape. We do it when developers build new homes. They have to go through that same process. And at that time, Edison was looking at $10,000 to $15,000 a light, depending on where it was, that you pay that with Edison one time. And so we're talking about here lights that are about a third of that cost potentially per light, but that doesn't, that just counts, the Edison's cost in addition to having to annex in. So would there be lights? Could the community want to build themselves? Yes, but it may cost them more money to provide the Edison style lights than it would the antique street lights.
Okay, all right, well, that's fair. That's all I have. So a motion has been made by Michael, seconded by David. Please vote.
I will conduct an oral roll call vote. Councilmember Ellis,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Freendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Thompson.
Yes,
Motion carries 4-0.
and show the mayor as abstaining. Did not, okay, great, thank you. Okay. Well, we will see the return of our mayor as I speak. Thank you.
Sure you guys solved everything while I was gone, right? Okay. Where are we at? Item number 18 on to new business. The annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2022. Welcome, Brittany.
Oh, thank you. Me too. So good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. I'm going to do my very best not to Glen bore you tonight. Good job, Kyle. So the item that I'm presenting tonight is the annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022. The annual comprehensive financial report, or the ACFR, is the product of the city's required annual financial audit. It's composed of 3 different sections. The first section being the introductory section, including the letter of transmittal, the financial section, which includes the management discussion and analysis, the basic financial statements and the notes to the financial statements, the basic meat and potatoes of the report, and the statistical section, which includes various schedules and information and demographics about the city. Some of the key takeaways about the audit is that it's a snapshot as of a specific reporting date, so June 30th, 2022. It's required by bond issuers, state statute, and the city's own policy. The audit is performed and presented in accordance with the generally accepted accounting principles, governmental accounting standards boards, and government auditing standards. The auditors also review the city's procedures, policies, internal controls, and various financial records. As we jump into some financial highlights, this table represents the city's ending net position as of June 30th, 2022. This table is broken out between governmental and business type activities, governmental being general fund, special revenue, debt service, and capital projects funds, while the business type includes the water capital projects and the water operations fund. The one number that I'd like to point out specifically is the increase for the 2022 activity of $44.4 million, which historically is a very large increase. And I'll be going over that in the next couple of slides. This table represents a different perspective of the city's ending net position as it's broken out by the categories presented on the financial statements. You have the investment in capital assets, which is it's 67% of the city's net position and represents the dollar value that the city invests back into the city in the form of vehicle purchases, land purchases, and various infrastructure rehabilitation projects, etc. The restricted category primarily includes funding sources that we receive from external sources, which has various restrictions on it that we can spend the money for. This increased by $4.5 million, which can be attributed mostly to the funding that we were able to recognize for ARPA, as well as the Stormwater Investment Grant Project from the county. The last category is the unrestricted category, which includes all sources that aren't included in the previous two. This saw a $41.1 million increase and is primarily due to two factors. In 2022, the city was required to comply with GASB 87, which is a GASB that required all agencies to present and record their leases on the financial statements. So whether that be a payable or receivable, the city had material amounts of receivables more than payables in the amount of $9.7 million. And these are mostly attributed to a lot of the cell towers that are located within the city. The other factor is the city's outstanding pension with CalPERS and its investment factor with the city. And we'll go over that on the next slide. This graph represents the CalPERS pension that we have with CalPERS over the last 5 years. As you can see, in 2018, we had a liability, an unfunded liability of $56.4 million. If you jump to fiscal year 2021, this large variance and drops is a good representation of the city issuing the 2019 pension obligation bonds to pay down that large unfunded debt. In 2022, CalPERS presented reports that it received a 21% increase or rate of return on its investments, which is why our pension is valuated in such a large swing to the right or negative, but it actually represents an asset. So in 2021, we had a $3.7 million liability, and in 2022, we had a $32.9 million asset, which would attribute or contribute to that $41.1 million increase over last year. But with that also being said, we have reports of how CalPERS investments did in 2022, and they actually reported a negative 6.1% decrease in their investments, which essentially means that our asset could, and most definitely will swing the other way and present itself back as a liability. As we move along into the governmental funds, the one fund that I'd like to highlight the most is the general fund, which is actually compiled or combined of three different funds: the general, Measure E, and the pension stabilization fund. The net change in fund balance was $2.7 million for fiscal year 2022, and that's a lot of it's attributed to the Measure E performing very favorably and very well year over year. Prior to transfers, the general fund actually saw a revenue over expenditures by $9.6 million. And I'll go over the transfers in the next slide. This table represents the general fund balance, but broken down into the categorical reserves. Because the fund performed so well, we were able to contribute $156,000 more into the contingency reserve to still be able to meet that 45% reserve policy, and all of the excess surplus over that was transferred out to the funds per the policy. So the general fund was able to transfer out $5.2 million to the capital projects, pension stabilization, and an internal service fund, the general liability that needed it. As we move along into the proprietary funds, this includes the water fund, the water operation, the water capital projects. And it also saw the increase from the CalPERS investments and how well it did. So it also saw an increase in that of the $4.3 million. The fund also saw revenues exceed expenditures by $5 million and was able to make the $4 million transfer from the water operations to the water capital projects to fund any future infrastructure improvements. Some of the other fund groups that are presented in the ACFR are the internal service funds, such as general liability, technology, and the vehicle fleet, and the fiduciary funds, such as the successor agency, is presented separately apart from the governmental wide statements. This is the best part, really. The auditors issued an unmodified opinion for the June 30th, 2022 financial statements. And what that essentially means is that the financial statements are clean or free from material misstatements. The city also received the GFOA Award for Excellence in Financial Reporting for the 2021 financial statements, the ACFR, as well as the GFOA Award for Outstanding Achievement in Popular Annual Financial Reporting for 2021 as well. Some of the next steps for the Finance Division is the continuation of the budget preparation for fiscal year 20 and 25, as well as the interim audit for fiscal year 23, which is actually in a couple of weeks. There is copies of the ACFR in the Finance Division, as well as located on the website under the Finance Report section. Before I provide my recommendation, I did want to give a shout out to the Finance Division. It's such a large undertaking to perform an audit, and we have staff that are pulling several samples and scanning them to our auditors, and it takes a good amount of time. And this was the first year that we were working with our new audit firm, Badawi and Associates, and they did such a great job. They are on the call. Mr. Badawi is on the call for any auditor specific questions, but I'm able to answer any questions myself. But at this time, I'd like to give a recommendation to receive and file the annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022.
Hey, thank you very much. I'll bring it back to council for questions. Mendel.
Well, I just want to affirm everything that you've just said, the great work that you've done, the team has done. POB was a significant step for the council to take, and I once again say thank you to each one of you, and Adam especially, for the good job that he was able to do to get us the kind of rate that we got, and the outcome that we got. I also want to say thank you to the investment change that we've made. Year into date, we're at 1.71%, which far exceeds what CalPERS has gotten, by the way, and we're very safe, as I reported a couple weeks ago, in terms of the bank risk that at least at this point we don't have, and so thank you for that, and then kudos for the award. It's well earned. Do you know what our bond rating is? Because a couple years ago, we were one of 15 cities within the state that had a AAA bond rating. I didn't know if
In
that.
its general fund, yeah, it's still that rating has not changed.
Okay, good. Well, that's all that I have. Great job. Thank you.
Michael?
Thank you, Gary. Thank you for the report. It was really well done. I liked your little intro as well. So just a quick question on the PERS. They've not done so well lately. So are we gonna feel the effects of that in 2 years unless they change it around, fix it?
Well, I know that as of right now, I believe the rate of return is around 1.2%, so it's not negative.
No, but it's far from the 6.5 or so that it have to be at.
Yes, so next year in fiscal year 2023 is when we'll see most of the effects from their negative rate of return reporting.
So out of curiosity, if it continues that way, what kind of deficit are we looking for unfunded liability?
I still think that we would still be a low liability in terms of maybe.
I'm sorry, Marie, you had to come up.
So to safeguard us from situations like that, we opened the Section 115 trust a few months ago that would take care of the volatile rates in the future for CalPERS. The Section 115 trust actually earns much better rates. We have gone with a moderate approach, which averages about 5 to 6% in interest over year, but we can only use that for pension costs. And then the POB will help us take care of the UAL. So those are our past costs that are liabilities, and opening the 115 will take care of our future costs. So having those two will balance us out regardless of how CalPERS performs.
So it's good that we put the money away.
Correct.
So you can play with it.
Correct. Not play with it. But for that rainy day when we'll need to stabilize the general fund by paying for those high costs in the pension.
Well, to Mendel's point, you guys are moving the money around and getting a better rate of return.
Yeah, I would just add as Brittany was sharing, we feel the effects of CalPERS 2 years after the fact. That's when it gets layered into us. So it's like a multi-layer cake, right? Every year a new layer is added and or subtracted based on their returns from 2 years prior. So then Brittany gets to figure out with Kyle how it all works together. So yeah, it sounds funny that we're talking about 2 years ago today, but that's the way CalPERS works with its actuarial assumptions.
So just as a follow-up question to that, if other cities have not done what we've done and put money away and have been prudent with this, does this affect all of us if other cities start failing or having some major issues on their unfunded liability? Does it affect the overall fund at all? If they don't-
So I would just say no. The over when you hear in the news reports that the state, paid money to CalPERS, it doesn't benefit us. It benefits the state of California employees that participate in CalPERS, right? So the overall fund health and the amount of money they have in allocation to resources is still the single largest public employment retirement fund, in the world. And so I think it's important to note that that's not going to change their methodology, which has become more political of late. I don't think I have to share that with all of you up on the dais, as you've seen it in real time. So CalPERS this year has actually done a pretty good job as it relates to the market conditions and what they faced. The year before they did not. And so as it relates to other cities, some cities like Monrovia, I believe, have the ability to charge, their UAL through a property tax, as do other San Gabriel Valley cities. So it's really unique based on the city and your type of retirement plan and what you have and what your unfunded liability is or is not. And so it's variable. And the cities that, just to say it out loud, cities that have filed for bankruptcy have not gotten out of their CalPERS obligations.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for coming up and thank you for your report.
Karen?
Thank you very much, Brittany. And Mendel, do you need some Kleenex because you're drooling over there with all these numbers? No, great job to you in the finance department. As always, you do exemplary work. So thank you.
David? anything?
Yeah, I'd like to ditto that. Congratulations to the finance group, the award, the great work, and thank you.
Thank you.
Very good.
Okay. Well, we have a motion on the table by Michael and a second by Karen. If everyone would please vote.
I'll conduct an oral roll call vote. Councilmember Ellis,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Freendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Thompson,
Yes.
Mayor Boyer,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next up, item number 19, an annual general plan progress report and housing element implementation annual progress report. Natalie Espinoza, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Boyer and council members. Let's see. Tonight before you is the annual presentation of the state's annual general plan progress report update and housing element implementation annual progress report. Staff is requesting that the city council receive and file these reports. The state requires that the city submit a general plan annual progress report to the City Council, Office of Planning and Research, and the Department of Housing and Community Development on the status of the general plan, its implementation progress, and how the city is meeting the region's housing needs. The general plan is often referred to as a blueprint of the community and includes a comprehensive long-range plan that provides the framework for future growth and enhancements. The completed comprehensive general plan update was done in 2007. It is comprised of various elements that each address various topics and provide goals, policies, and programs. The elements can be updated whenever needed, except for the housing element, which needs to be updated every 8 years. These are the various elements within the general plan. As previously mentioned, the state required that a progress report be submitted on a yearly basis. The report gives an update on how many housing units were constructed during the reporting period. With this information, HCD uses it to track the city's housing information, including the city's progress toward meeting the required RHNA numbers. The current housing element covers the 6th cycle from October 2021 to October 2029. It was approved by the City Council on December 13th, 2022. There are 16 programs that address the community needs, addressing 5 issue areas: housing conservation and improvement, housing assistance, provision of adequate housing sites, removal of government constraints, and promotion of equal housing opportunities. Based on the database, on the city's database, we're reporting that 3 new single-family homes were entitled, 31 single-family homes and 33 ADUs were permitted, and 4 single-family homes and 7 ADUs were granted certificates of occupancy. Here are various notable projects that were worked on in the 2022 calendar year, including housing projects that comply with the land use element goals. This includes the 16-unit Brandy House project, an 8-unit project at South Glendora, and the Clearwater project on Dawson. The newly constructed Wendy's on Route 66 also complies with the land use element goals. The Gold Line extension, the bridge over Foothill Boulevard and Grand Avenue complies with the circulation element goals and policies. The Glendora People Movement Project and Nita Avenue closure comply with circulation goals. And this is, the city was invited to participate in NPR's Human Nature podcast to bring awareness to listeners of the invasive nature of trees, threats to wildlife, and different perspectives on how plants can be viewed. And this project complies with the conservation goals. So the next step in this process is for you, the city council, to receive and file the general plan annual progress report and the housing element implementation annual progress report, and then file the reports for us to file the reports with the state by April 1st. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Nope.
Great job.
Nope. Michael?
One question. Thank you. Nice report. The Clearwater project, we don't get any credit for that, do we?
No, not really. Yeah.
Just fluff.
Well, they still require us to report that as one of the projects that was worked on last year.
But it doesn't go towards our numbers.
No.
It's the same issue with dorms, right?
Yeah.
It's institutional type housing that doesn't count. They doesn't have a kitchen of their own. Usually the kitchen requirement is what triggers it. So no, it doesn't count in that sense, but our community does have a need for that type of housing.
So if we give them hot plates, does it count?
That's not for those customers. Well,
Trying here. Thank you.
I do have one question I want to clarify. So are we saying only 11 residential units were built in the city in 2022?
So just to, let me clarify those numbers
Okay.
for you. Let me just go back.
Yeah.
So what this means is that 3 were entitled. So 3 went to planning commission. We presented those at planning commission. 64 units, single family and ADUs were fully permitted last year. And what certificates of occupancy are is that they finished all construction, inspectors went out there, finalized the project, and they were able to move in.
So people were able to move into only 11 new units in the city last year.
Yes.
we should clarify, next year's numbers are going to be much higher. It's just the way that we're looking at the data. There are a lot of them were just met the cutoff. So next year's you'll see
Correct.
different numbers.
I mean, even if half of those come out, you're only talking about 30 units the next year. I mean, you're still talking about relatively small numbers all the way around.
All the way around. Okay, I appreciate it. If nothing else, we have a motion on the table by Karen, a second by Mendel. If everyone would please vote.
I'll conduct an oral roll call vote. Councilmember Ellis,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Freedom,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Thompson,
Yes.
Mayor Boyer,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Okay, item number 20, approval of the Business Improvement District fiscal year 23-24 annual report and consideration of a resolution announcing intention to levy and collect assessments for the fiscal year 23-24 for the Glendora Village bid. Alicia, welcome back.
Thanks. Glad to be back. Someone thought it was funny to schedule me as the first public hearing of the night, and here I am again closing for you guys. So
We can blame Jeff. We can blame Jeff who's on vacation.
Who's on
So we'll make
vacation, yeah.
Jeff do every presentation.
I like that. So once again, good evening, Mayor Boyer and Council. This is a presentation of the Business Improvement District's annual plan for fiscal year 2023 and 2024. The annual report is a requirement by state law as well as the Glendora Municipal Code, which requires submittal to the city council by June 1st of every year. Approval of the annual report and the adoption of the resolution of intent to levy begins the process that is required to renew the bid's annual assessments each year. Due to the number of steps required to do so, this process is initiated well before the end of the fiscal year. It begins with the review of the bid's budget and the annual report by the bid board, which took place at the February and March bid board meeting. The annual report is comprised of several components, the first being the boundaries of the business improvement district. No recommendations have been made, so this will remain the same as the current year. Activities are also specified in the annual report along with the line item budget associated with each activity or event. Also included is the assessment methodology for which how assessments are calculated. No changes were proposed here as well, therefore this will also stay the same. Any surplus revenue is identified in the report, so any leftover or remaining funds to supplement any funding gaps or additional projects that the bid may decide to do so are also specified in the report as well. And lastly, funding sources are also called out, and that is basically any revenue outside of assessments that are generated through events and activities. Here we have a map that we are all pretty familiar with, a map of the downtown Glendora Village area, and included are the bid boundaries. Just a reminder, with the north at Bennett, to the east, Vista Bonita, to the south, Foothill Boulevard, as well as the shopping center across from City Hall, and the western portion of the bid, which is going to be located on Vermont. Again, just another reminder as to the assessment methodology that will be used. And again, no changes are proposed, so this will remain the same as the current fiscal year 22-23. Assessment range from $0 to $600 per year, depending on the type of business you are. Those with $0 assessments include residential, those on side streets on Vermont and Vista Bonita, as well as the previously mentioned shopping center. Secondary businesses are charged $100 per year, and primary businesses are charged anywhere from $200 to $600, depending on factors such as category and location. We will now take a look at the proposed bid budget as recommended to City Council for approval by the bid board. Revenue, which you can see on your left, is comprised primarily of assessments as well as events, with the wine walk being the largest, interest and miscellaneous income. I did want to point out that this year's wine walk was a successful event, which most of us are aware of. And while we do not have precise numbers as of today, it is looking like revenue will exceed that projected total of $40,000 that you do see on the screen. On the left, we have expenditures, which include marketing, landscaping contributions, a number of annual events, and miscellaneous income. The most notable line item being the $50,000 allocation for new events and or services. Having received results from the recent bid survey, the bid board and staff will be holding a workshop to identify the future vision for the bid, as well as any goals. These funds allow for some wiggle room in achieving those goals and potential vision that we will be discussing at the workshop. This will cause expenditures to exceed revenue by almost $55,000, but will be covered by existing surplus funds. This is just a quick look at the bid's projected fund balance. So at the end of 2021, there was a balance of $116,000 roughly. And at the end of fiscal year 22, roughly $148,000. And we are estimating at the end of 2023, a fund balance of roughly $126,000. Looking at 2024, we're looking at a little over $70,000. With council's recommendation of a minimum fund balance of $10,000, the projected fund balances remain appropriate. Some important dates to keep in mind. In February, the bid board did review the fiscal year 24 bid budget. On March 2nd, the bid board approved the annual report. Tonight, City Council is asked to adopt the resolution of intent to levy assessments. April 4th, a mailing will be sent to affected businesses. Then on May 9th, a public meeting will be held. And on May 23rd, the City Council will hold a public hearing, and at that time, any protest votes received will be tabulated. At this time, it is recommended that the city council approve the bid's annual report for fiscal year 23 through 24, as well as adopt the resolution announcing intentions to levy and collect assessments. This does conclude my presentation for the second time tonight, and I'm available for any questions.
And the last.
And the last.
Brittany, thank you very much. Any questions? Nope. David?
Yeah, I thank you for the effort and the work that you continue to do with the bid and encourage them to take a stronger position. I appreciate the bid's effort to reach out and understand that they need some event help and that they have willingness to do that. So kudos to them for that. And thank you.
Hey, Karen.
You were great as the alpha and omega, so thank
I
you
appreciate
very
that.
much.
Okay, well, thank you very much again for bringing us home. We got a motion by Karen, a second by David. If everyone would please vote.
I'll conduct an oral roll call vote. Councilmember Ellis,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Freendall,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Thompson,
Yes.
Mayor Boyer,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you very much. That brings us to the end of their agenda. Anybody got anything to add at the end?
Just want to wish everyone a happy Easter.
Okay. Thank you very much. Nope. Okay, well, in that case, we'd like to close and for our thoughts and prayers for the victims in Nashville and adjourn our meeting tonight in memory of Sylvia Shorey Barton. And we are adjourned at 9:00.